Welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Personal Project Exhibition.
In perseverance, we thrive, we share, we inspire.
I'm Serafina Effendi.
And I'm Serafina Vondra.
And together, we're Serafina.
We're Serafina.
Your MCs for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Thank you once again, everyone, for coming to our one-stop shop-stopping spectacular exhibition. Whether you're a teacher, faculty member, student, family, or supporter, we hope you have a fun time here.
We'd also like to give a warm welcome to our special guest, Ms. Nelly Julianti Siragar, an MYP coordinator from Islamic Village School. Thank you for coming, and we hope you'll enjoy our exhibition today.
Along with her, we would like to thank Islamic Village School Karawaci for taking their time to visit our exhibition today. Thanks for coming, and we hope you enjoy yourselves.
Let's kick off today with an opening prayer from Pa Sintus.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God, Almighty Father, source of wisdom and knowledge, thank you for this new day. Thank you for the blessings you have given us throughout our lives. Today, we will continue the second day of the Personal Project Exhibition. We are grateful and proud of the Year 10 students of Tunas Muda who have prepared this event. They have successfully managed their talents and abilities in this personal project program this year. We are grateful that this Year 10 students, Tunas Muda, with their hard work these past few months, are able to produce a variety of very interesting products. Hopefully, all the products, designs, songs, music, animation, books, stories, which are based on their interests and will be presented today, become something valuable for many people, especially for the future of these students. Bless this event from beginning to end so that it can run well. Bless everyone who has organized this event, the program coordinator, supervisors, teachers, parents, and all the students involved. Bless everyone who is present at this exhibition. Bless them with health and joy. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you for the prayer, Mr. Sintos.
Again, I might have forgotten what our personal project is.
Oh no, Vanja, we can't possibly have that at the 2022 Personal Project Exhibition. We must watch this video about personal project then.
Wow, all the ideas look so fun. Don't you want to know more, Sarah?
Obviously, Sarah, I want to, you want to, we all want to know. There's gonna be a bunch more amazing projects coming right up.
But before we start, let us welcome our Vice Principal, Miss Claudia, to say a few words.
Good morning, students, teachers, parents, and all visitors to the 2022 Year 10 Personal Project Exhibition. In Perseverance, we thrive, we share, we inspire. My name is Claudia Franey, and I am an English teacher as well as the secondary vice principal of Tunas Muda School. During this 3-day exhibition, you will enjoy listening and learning about the various personal projects from our Year 10 cohort of 70 students. The personal project is one of my favorite events every school year. On a personal level, what I love so much about the event is witnessing the growth of each of these students in real time. Many of these students here I had when they were in my Year 8 English class. To be able to see them 2 years later as Year 10 students speaking confidently, competently, and passionately about their personal projects is one of the greatest experiences as a teacher. In a larger sense, this event is a chance to interact with students outside of the academic classroom setting and learn more about their own personal interests. From writing novels to completing scientific investigations, creating clothing lines or beauty products, cooking up yummy treats, composing musical scores, or sharing about developing healthy habits. What students choose provides more insight into who they are and what drives their curiosity in the world. At this point, to say that students have shown resilience in the face of difficulties arising from the pandemic is a cliche. However, it is the truth. To see our Year 10 students meet the rigorous demands of their IB NYP classes, commit themselves to their personal project, and live through what will surely be looked back upon as an important part in world history is no easy feat. Despite the many potential challenges, our Year 10 students are here today to present and share almost 1 year's worth of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. To the Year 10 students, congratulations on your hard work and achievement. To teachers, other students, parents, and visitors, I hope you enjoy the Year 10 cohort's personal project exhibition. In Perseverance, we thrive, we share, we inspire. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Ms. Claudia. But before we start, we'd like to remind everyone that there is a Q&A session after every student video. So please feel free to ask any questions in the chat box after the video is finished. Without further ado, help me welcome our first presenter.
Hello everyone, my name is Madeline Sugiato. I'm from class 10W and today I'll be presenting my personal project titled Corin Colin and Her Mind. Since this pandemic has started, I've been lately interested in reading a lot of comics. I was wondering and choosing what genre to write about, and so I've come to a conclusion that I would like to write about a mystery comic. The mystery genre has caught my attention because every story in the mystery genre is unique and different on its own. The mystery genre to me is very interesting, so I've concluded that I wanted to learn how to write a mystery story. So for my learning goal, I've concluded that I wanted to learn how to write a mystery story and how to make a comic. So after concluding my learning goals, I've decided that I wanted to make a mystery comic as my product goal. So after concluding my learning goals, I have decided that I wanted to make a mystery comic for my product goal. After concluding my learning goal and my product goal, I set plans. I set my plans by taking off the period of time that would require to do the activity at the beginning of my planning and scheduling. I made sure that the days and time would be enough for us to do each activity. After I set my plans, I began researching. I began to do a lot of research on mystery writing. Because the mystery genre isn't something I am familiar with, writing a mystery story can be tricky and complicated, as there are a ton of possibilities of how to kill a person, steal jewelry, and find a missing person. It's not only that the execution of the killing that needs to be great and unexpected, but also the finding and getting to the conclusion must also be reasonable and logical. I researched endlessly, opening so many helpful mystery writing websites, but I specify and look for helpful suggestions, articles that give points to what should be written in the story, give important aspects that should be given in the story, explain how to develop the draft to the real story that you want to make, teach how to describe and how to solve the case, demonstrate how to get an idea for the mystery story. My research was useful, although some websites I found repeat some points and suggestions and overall the same basic message. They interpret it all in their own way, thus helps me get a deeper meaning and understanding of the message in a different point of view. I use websites such as Masterclass, blogs, and other websites that offer learning programs to write stories. Now that I'm done researching, I move on to my next stage, and that was achieving my product goal. Nothing in my comic was printed. I made every part of my comic handwritten. I handwrite the words in the bubble speeches and the text of the narrative of the story. I also draw the boxes and panels myself. After checking all the supplies I would need to make my comic, I first begin practicing and drawing over and over my main characters of the story and the setting of the place. I drew them in every angle so that I wouldn't have a hard time drawing them when I'm drawing them in my comic. I think after all this personal project, the two main ATL skills that I've improved are my research skills and my critical thinking skills. I use my research skills to learn and understand more of my mystery genre, and it did help me. I use my critical thinking skills to help me plan and coordinate what I wanted to do first when making my comic. To me, personal projects have helped me come to an understanding of what I want to do later in life, and that is to become a comic artist. I hope later in the future I can write more and then I could also publicize my comics more. Thank you for listening to this video. Have a nice day.
Yes, ever since I was fifth grade, I would like to become a comic artist. Well, it took like more than a month to finish the comic, but I actually have a cliffhanger because I was like working in this one panel where the character actually has like a grand scene, and it was really hard to make out or draw like that. And so I didn't finish it, and so it was left as a cliffhanger. Well, if you wanted to ask like what inspired the comic, well, there's so many answers for it. But I'm actually inspired by very many movies. The setting of my comic takes place in a hotel, and that was inspired by the Grand Budapest Hotel. There was a character inspired by the magician Hugo, George Melius, from the movie Hugo. So there's a lot of answers for that. I've been drawing since like I was like grade 1. I've just been doodling much, but I've been taking art as a hobby since 5th grade. My favorite style of making of drawing is cartoon. I don't really like to draw in a manga style because that's just way too complicated for me. What was your process for making this story? Well, I first made what was the problem first. I first started from the end to the beginning. So I started from what was the problem and how do I conclude it, and and then I started to make the beginning. I do not have a link to the comic yet. Because I'm still not yet finished. So maybe if later I like publicize my comic, maybe I'll give the link. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Arjuna Cardinal from class 10P, and in this video I'll be explaining about my personal project, making an EP. I've enjoyed playing drums for the longest time by now. Ever since I started playing the drums in year 6 for the practical exam, I learned more and more about it and I became fluent in drums. And that made me want to be able to create music since I've heard all of these songs, and it made me interested in music making. And since my dad was very fluent in song recording as he did it when he was in college, it made me interested in song making as well because my dad did it. And so I wanted to do that for the personal project. I thought it would be a good idea to do that for a personal project as I was passionate in song making and I had the resources.
My hopes for my learning goals are to become more fluent in creating songs, to be able to make songs very easily, as during my personal project figured out the musical engineering aspect of making songs was very frustrating. I previously wanted to put in my vocals into my songs, but it was very difficult, and every test recording of my voice sounded too monotone and didn't hit any notes. My solution to learning how to make songs is to create an EP consisting of around 4 to 6 songs, to test the waters and learn how to make simple songs to get me started on song making. Using a lot of my ability in critical thinking to understand the workings of the soundboard as best as possible was a difficult task as it took a huge chunk of my time. The device itself was complicated on its own, however, to pair it with the tuning of the instruments made it even harder. Another big part of the project required me to push my creative thinking abilities to its limits, as making music requires a lot of imagination. Utilizing my creative and critical thinking skills, I was able to create my songs with some relative success, though I'm fully aware that my songs are amateurish at best. Only one song considered to be alright, since I made a survey on what people think of the songs. I was able to learn their thoughts on it, and also that my friends told me their honest opinions on the songs for 30 minutes. I know that because I was only skilled with drumming, the songs where I would focus on the drums the most would sound the best. With that being said, here is in my opinion and also according to the poll, the best song in the EP. I would say that the personal project is a great way of starting something new, as the deadline greatly helps in speeding up the process of starting new hobbies or projects. However, I think the strict protocols should have been toned down a little. That concludes the end of the video. If you want to listen to my other songs, you can find them here.
Okay, so unfortunately, Juno is having some technical problems right now, but don't worry, he will answer your questions later after this next video.
Hello everyone, my name is Oscar from 10W. In this video, I will explain to you all about my personal project with the title HydroVeg. The product that I chose for this project is all based on my personal interest. I have two personal interests. The first one is collecting plants, and the second one is my old or childhood hobby, which is assembling, where I collect Lego. I like to collect plants in April 2020 during the beginning of the pandemic. It all started when I feel bored and decide to help my mom by taking care of her plants. After discovering my personal interest, I started brainstorming about the product that I could make and had something to do with both of my personal interests. My learning goal is that I can make hydroponics by myself. The reason why I chose hydroponic as my product is to anticipate when the price of vegetables at the market is expensive. And I also want to learn about growing vegetables using the hydroponic method. Aside from that, I want to help my mom so she won't spend much money on groceries. So instead of going to the grocery store, she could just pick the vegetables from our own garden. There are only three materials needed to make my product. The materials are plastic bottle, soil, and the seed you want to grow. The plant seed I chose is water spinach. I chose water spinach because water spinach is easy to grow and only needs minimal maintenance, which makes it suitable for beginners like me. To make sure that I'm on track, I make an action plan in my journal. Inside the action plan are all of my plans with success criteria to make sure that I know what is the purpose of taking that certain action. The action plan also had a progress note which I had to write down once I did the task already. Next, I will explain the ATL skills I used throughout the project for the past month. The first one is research skills. This skill helped me when it comes to making the product. For me to make the product, I need to research it first before making it so I can have information about it. This skill has an important role during the process because by researching, I gain lots of information whether it's about the product or not. The second skill is thinking skill. This skill also has an important role during the process because when it comes to making my product, I found some problems where I need to use my critical and creative skills to solve the challenges or problems I face. And the third one, which is the last skill, is self-management skills. This skill is being used the whole time during the project. This skill has a role to help me stay on track and use my time wisely. This helps me a lot to achieve the product because time management is the key in this project. Although sometimes I can keep up, in the end I can reach it. In my opinion, personal projects are fun, because personal project gave me a lot of positive impacts, such as in terms of ATL skills. In this case, it's time management skills, since I can finally control myself by using my time wisely and staying focused for the past months. Next, I will show you a video of my product.
So I will be answering the questions. What equipment did you use to record your, wait, what is the inspiration behind your project title? The inspiration for my project title was from the product I made. So hydro stands for hydroponic and veg stands for vegetables. Are there any improvement you want to make? Yeah, I want to improve my product because my product looks like plain, so I need to add more decorations. What materials did you use? I use for the product I use plastic bottle only, and yeah, I put soil and the plant seed. How long does it take for your water spinach to grow, and how long until it dies? It took around 2 to 4 weeks for it to grow, and around 1.5 weeks until it died. What was the most challenging part of your project? The most challenging part is taking care of the water spinach because I don't know, it's just hard. Um, Everything succeed, but there's some like problems though. But yeah, it succeed. Like there's bugs on my water spinach which cause the water spinach to die. Like it's like a small bugs. Like the color is white. I don't know what bug it is, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Oscar, for answering the questions. Now it is time to go back to Juno's Q&A session. Juno, welcome to stage.
Yeah. Sorry, my the computer switched off. I've already been sent the questions. How long did it take you to make each song? It took a week in total for the songs, since most of the time was taken to learn the equipment. And did you have fun in doing this project? Are there any improvements you want to make? I did have fun with the song making, and I'd probably improve on learning the instruments. I think that's a important part. If you can fluently play those instruments, the melodies would be a lot better as well. And for what music software do you use? I use the GarageBand to mix the songs as well. And how long did it take for me to learn the drums? From year 6. I started in year 6. And the hardest part in creating my songs, the hardest part was probably the learning the music softwares and also the different instruments, since the other songs aren't as good as just me playing the drums.
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Marvin. I'm from the class of 10W, and in this video, I'll explain to you my personal project. My personal project is called 10 Drawings for Nature. This project is essentially just a collection of drawings, or sketches, that show some of Indonesia's more obscured animals. This project is supposed to show that my artistic skills have improved, and at the same time bring awareness to some of Indonesia's more obscured endangered animals. As I've said before, my personal project is tied to my interests and a common hobby, which is to draw sketches of things that I find interesting. Essentially, this is an intricate way for me to show my skills. I've been interested in drawing since I was in primary school, and I want to show it to everyone, but more importantly, I want to show to myself that I've since improved over time. My learning goal was, of course, to learn how to make 10 quality sketches, improving my skill at the same time, while sending a meaningful message. When making my project, it did not take that much planning. The main struggle was actually trying to convince myself not to procrastinate in this project, as I needed to focus on the quality of drawings as well. However, for more specific details, the drawings of course were broken down so that I did not have to do them in utter chaos and trying to keep up with the schedule. I instead took them down on dates that I set for myself, so I finished the project on time. And another important thing to know in my project is I cover not so famous endangered animals. For example, let's take one of the most known animals in Indonesia, the orangutan. They are known to almost, I think, everyone, and most of the world knows these unique species of monkey that is currently in a dire situation with managing the population. And as such, a lot of groups have formed around helping these orangutans stay in their natural habitats, at the same time expanding the population. And in my opinion, my drawings will not contribute that much to bringing awareness about them, since already a lot of people know what orangutan is. Instead, I covered more obscure animals, like example, the small bird, the cerulean flycatcher, which is actually only driven to one single island in Indonesia right now. Or the Bawean deer, which is a minuscule mouse deer that is going extinct off the pure basis that it's too small. So, I of course needed to prepare some tools for the project. The first tool I picked up was Conkeet powder or charcoal powder, Conkeet powder being the brand. This powder would help me speed up the process of shading and putting value onto my drawings without having me to manually do it with pencil. It looks like this. It comes in a small jar like this, and it can be accessed with a paintbrush in which you would just simply shade it on the drawing. And the next tool I got was a blending stump. A blending stump is simply a object that comes in the shape of a pencil that's sharpened on both sides. However, it is completely made out of paper. This way, it allowed me to shade faster. As per my ATL skills in this project, it's mostly the thinking skills. Of course, I have to think about what animals are endangered. I have to research on that. I then have to process that information to my reports. How can I apply it to my project and such? But then for creative thinking, it's obviously applied to my artwork and such. Now, in my opinion, PP is a really good thing for students to go through, as in it prepares them for what's going to happen in DP, and it gives them a challenge, a safe challenge before, to see if they're ready or not. It really, you can't deal with it as normal assignments like you would in a design class, for example. And so procrastinating is not an option, since the project takes quite a lot of time. And it really taught me a good lesson about not procrastinating, and I think this is the project I least procrastinated about. So I'm really glad I did the PP. And here's the video of my product. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day. Okay, I'm gonna answer some of the questions now. Why did you choose endangered local animals out of other global issues? Well, I feel that, especially in Indonesia, we have a wide variety of animals, right? But unfortunately, what comes with wide variety is that a lot of them have been hunted and extinct because they're quite unique to Indonesia only. So I feel like this issue is a really good issue to identify. Um, what would I have done if I could do this project again? I think I would have done more drawings. I think I could have done more if I put in a bit more effort, but well, I can't repeat this project again. Which out of the drawings is your favorite? I prefer the Javan leopard, which is my favorite drawing. I think it's the best quality out of all of them. I enjoyed doing the project. However, as I said, I was pretty lazy while doing the project, so it took a lot more time than it should have. Uh, for each piece, at the end of it, since I was rushing a bit, I did one piece per day, and then however, for the more hard drawings like the leopard, I took a bit more, like 1 or 2 weeks or such. The hardest to make was again the Javan leopard, as I put the most detail into that drawing, I think, because it was initially one of the first drawings I did, so I had a lot more energy than I did at the end. The most challenging part of using charcoal is that it's quite uncontrollable, as in you can't erase it with an eraser. You will have to restart if you do it wrong. However, it makes the process much faster, as you can apply the value to the drawing, a value to the drawing instantaneously instead of shading it with a pencil.
Hello everyone, my name is Derek Henrich Chow from Class 10B. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title Just Juice. The learning goal for my personal project is to learn how juice affects my body. My personal interests have led me to using this learning goal for this personal project, which is juice and health. From both my personal interests, I decided that I'm going to learn how juice affects my body. This learning goal suits both my personal interests since it is related to juice and health. After thinking about what I will make to achieve my learning goal, I decided that it needs to be about juice. Therefore, I decided that my project will be juice. I decided to make 3 different types of juice. The first recipe includes apple, pear, lemon, orange, carrots, and pineapples. The second recipe includes apple, pear, lemon, orange, carrots, and purple cabbage. The third recipe includes green apple, pear, lemon, orange, kale, and celery. Before starting to create the product, I made a success criteria and action plan. When deciding the success criteria for my juice, I reviewed the purpose of making my product, which I wanted to learn how juice affects my body. First, I started to do some research on juice and its benefits. Then, after further thinking, I had some ideas for some of the elements in the success criteria, which are the elements needed to make sure that the process of me making juice is done in the correct way. However, for the taste and health, I needed some research to help me determine an appropriate recipe for my juice, which I found 3 recipes which will be tasty and healthy. There are 3 different elements of the product in the success criteria, which are process, taste, and health. For the process, it is to determine whether I have made the juice in a correct way. Taste is to make sure that my juice is tasty and delicious. Health is to make sure that my juice is healthy. I also made an action plan which is similar to a list of things that I need to do. The task list shows that the tasks that I need to do throughout the personal project, and a to-do list which is more specific of what are the things I needed to do to complete the task. Since the project is big and requires a lot of process, this action plan will be helpful to me as it breaks down a lot of the project into smaller tasks. It will help me in organizing my time and remind me of what I need to do. Although I did not put a date for me to complete my task in the action plan, it helped me in showing what I need to do, therefore I can adjust my schedule and depending on how busy I am. The ETL skills that were applied to help me achieve my learning goal is research skills. In order to achieve my learning of learning how juice affects my body, I had to prepare and do a considerable amount of research to understand how it affects my body and how to make it. When I began doing the research, I started making the research plan. The research plan helped me with my research because it outlines all the content I need to cover during my research, the information I need to find, and some starting links and possible sources.
During the research, I used various sources such as videos, articles, blog, websites, and more. My learning goal is to learning how juice affects my body, and I feel that the research that did helped me a lot and helped me better understand my learning goal. The ATL skills that were applied to help me achieve my product are research skills. It helped me when I was making the product since I never make juice and I don't really know how to make it. So I decided to watch a video on tips about how to make it and him showing it, which helped me get a better understanding about the process of making juice and how to avoid some problems when making the juice. As a result of completing PP, I can now manage my time better to complete different tasks and assignments. Throughout creating this project, I also had gone through a lot of different assignments which I received from subjects in school. This helped me to manage my time better by decreasing my procrastinating and starting to do my assignments earlier to be able to submit all my assignments on time. Here are some pictures of my product. Thank you for listening. The challenges I face is time management. I overcome it by not procrastinating and doing my task on time and other tasks. I make like 9 juice. Oh, the different combination is I do research and I ask my mom for some recipe. I would not procrastinate and focus when in the PV meeting. Like sometimes I like to not focus and watch. So I was focused and listen to it. This done. My favorite is the orange one, and I would continue making it, but I don't think I'm gonna sell it. That's done. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarfina Vandra from Class 10W. In this video, I will be explaining about my personal project called Antidote. When choosing a topic for my personal project, without hesitation, I knew what I wanted to do. Through a website I coded in MYP3, I realized that I truly enjoy coding and seeing my website run as a result. Simultaneously, I've been using websites all my life and was always fascinated by the interaction between a website and users, and how a single website can be so intuitive and engaging for me. Although I have never coded a website which has a two-way interaction, I would love to see my website become something more than merely providing information. Thus, my learning goal would be to learn how to develop an interactive website through coding. After deliberating on various solutions, I've settled on teenage struggles as my topic. I've always been engrossed by the struggles teenagers face on a daily basis and have also observed both my peers and I struggle. Consequently, my product is an interactive website about teenage struggles. Before making my product, I created a product success criteria. I began by reviewing my product's purpose and then making some decisions about the parameters for which will be used to assess the product. When looking at the design specifications, I would see what I am capable of and set myself realistic standards, ensuring that the work I do will be of respectable quality. To achieve my product, I created two separate timelines for the project, one being a general plan and the second being a product-specific one, both combining a calendar, task, and to-do list. The all-rounder plan gives me a general understanding of what I am supposed to be working on in each particular month, while the product-specific plan was created to plan out each step of my product creation process, up until the submission date. While creating my plan, I was careful to consider my success criteria, making sure that I focus on the standards I set for myself. This is the process of making my product. First, I researched on teen struggles based on my research plan. Second, I took HTML, CSS, and JavaScript online courses on solo learning. This enabled me to get a deeper understanding of all three programming languages, which are essential in creating my website. Third, I searched different websites as a guide for me when making my own. This allowed me to gain a wider range of ideas and perspectives. Fourth, I coded my website aside from my quiz using HTML and CSS. This is because I found out that I needed to perform more research before coding my quiz, as it is a challenging subject. Fifth, I searched for different JavaScript tutorials on YouTube, specifically how to create a quiz, and tried it in my free time. Sixth, I made all 6 questions as well as multiple choices for my quiz. And lastly, I coded my quiz using JavaScript and finished off my final product. In order to achieve my learning goal, I used my research skills, so I had to conduct an adequate amount of research. I made a research plan that has complementary questions used as a guide of all the content I needed to cover. I would say that the actual research was well done because varying sources were used, including articles, videos, organization websites, and interview transcripts found online. However, since there are abundant unreliable sources, I evaluated each source using the OPVL method in order to see if they were valid to be used. When conducting research, I tried to gather information from different experts, from web developers to designers, and look at a variety of sources. Then I formed a table which allowed me to see the overview of the information I gathered. I think that my research prepared me to create my product and helped me successfully achieve my learning goal. I used my thinking skills to complete my product, specifically critical and creative thinking. When I researched the basic process of creating a website, I understood that it may be a struggle for me. Thus, I had to think creatively in order to be successful. As I was brainstorming and sketching my product, I would often eliminate ideas that were too unrealistic to achieve. At one point, I realized that I was behind schedule, so I had to brainstorm some alternatives, such as using a website template as an inspiration for my own. Once I started coding, I sort of struggled with JavaScript as it was unfamiliar. However, since it is a major component in my website, I needed a way to fix a problem, which was when the quiz ended, the total number of right answers could not be accumulated. Because of that, I searched various YouTube tutorials online and played around with it. This ultimately helped me achieve my product, as it enabled me to ensure that I understood the main programming language used. In my opinion, the MYP Personal Project is a project which has helped me further develop my ETL skills, especially research and thinking skills. It also provided me an opportunity to become an independent learner in achieving a learning goal and product that I'm truly passionate about.
This video shows a time lapse of my website. Next, we have a short time lapse of my quiz.
Thank you for listening to my presentation. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, so I will be answering some of the questions. Did your knowledge regarding the anatomy and terminology of a website grow with this project? If so, how? I think it did because I get to learn a new programming language. I get to learn JavaScript, and also I get to grow and nurture my knowledge on HTML and CSS through this project. How long did the research process take? I think it took, well, I did research. I scattered the research around throughout 7 or 8 months, but each research only took about a day or 2. If you repeated this project, what would you do differently? I think I would plan differently. I would divide up my tasks more evenly throughout the 7 or 8 months. And I would also find my project expert earlier so that she could help me in fixing my product instead of just helping me with evaluating my product. That way, my product would be more successful. How did you gain motivation to complete all the processes? I think the main motivation to in this project was that my topic was something I am personally interested in. So I had fun making the product and also going through the process leading up to making my product. What was the most challenging part of this project? I think the most challenging part was time management due to planning fallacy and also procrastination habits. I would underestimate the amount of time it took to complete each task, and I would leave up the hardest tasks to do around December or January, which I think is kind of late. Which part of the research is most useful to my product? The most useful research would have to be the research from my content, like the website content about teen struggles, or the research about JavaScript coding, because they were the most challenging. What difficulties did you face in completing the project? Again, I would say it's time management. Favorite part of the project was probably actually making the product or researching about the teen struggles. I think they were the most interesting. How do you solve the problems you encounter when coding? I mostly solve it by asking my supervisor. I think she was very helpful in helping me fix all the problems, but also I fixed it through researching more and more. What was the fun thing about making your product? The funnest thing would have to be just probably like coding it itself or seeing my website run as a whole. It was really refreshing and I was proud of myself when it ran. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kiara Arlie Kusuma from class 10J in Tunas Muda. In this video, I'm going to be talking about my personal project, which is an animation video with the title Taste of Waste. Now that may sound disgusting because honestly, who would taste something like waste? Well, I think that's what's going to happen in the future if we don't take care of our body, of what we consume, and what's happening to the environment. Imagine it, a few years from now, we will all be searching high and low for food to eat. We'll need to find it rotting in trash cans because of the huge amount of food we have wasted in the past. Eating won't be as easy as sitting down in a restaurant and asking the waiter, hey, what's the special from the menu? Take a few seconds to think right now. Have you ever gotten food scraps from preparing a meal at home? Or maybe forgetting about the expired rotten milk in the fridge and then only to end up pouring it down the drain? It may seem like such a trivial thing, but that can really affect the world we live in. There are so many environmental impacts of food waste, which is why I want to spread awareness on how much food waste is discarded or thrown away. You might probably be asking, why did I pick animation to spread awareness to this topic? Aren't there easier ways? The answer to that is simple. It's to discover what I had always been curious about as a child. When I was young, I loved watching cartoons and TV shows. As I got older, it turned to anime, which is an art form that's invented in Japan. I love looking at different types of art styles and how artists make their characters come to life in an animation. Now I like to paint as a hobby or when I have free time. My learning goal for this personal project is to turn my drawings into animation. I'm interested in knowing and how I can transform my drawings into characters that can move, and I want to learn how to do so by animating them. Because of that, my product goal will be a short 2 to 3 minute animated film about food waste, which is a topic I'm very much passionate about. Actually, another hobby of mine included culinary arts, but let's talk about that for another time. The ATL skill that I worked on and improved on the most was my research skills. I had to use both my media literacy skills and information skills to get the information I needed from the internet and make sure they were reliable to use from my very limited knowledge on animation. During the whole process of the personal project, I have definitely experienced a lot of stress and meltdowns. There are times where I wasn't sure if I could finish everything on time, so I had to improvise my drawings by making less scenes and making the characters move a bit more choppy. From this overall experience, I have learned that there may be some things that we need to try our best in, even if we haven't done them before. It may be intimidating and scary at first to try new things, but it will definitely be worth it in the end because you can gain so much more knowledge than before. I have definitely come out my comfort zone when doing this personal project, and I'm sure it'll make me more determined in taking more risk in the future, unlike my usual timid self. As a student, I think that this skill will help us take on new challenges and try new things, and we can try to make a positive difference in the world.
The animation video begins with a potato popping out of a dirt pile in a construction site. It looks around and sees a machine beside it and hurries away because it does not want to get squashed. It then begins its journey from the construction site to the city. Because there is a cinema in the city, it stops by there and goes inside. Passes by the snack register, where customers come to order snacks and drinks for the movies. It sees a girl and her mom ordering 4 huge bags of popcorn and thinks that it's a lot of popcorn for only 2 people. The potato and the girl take their seats inside the studio and the movie starts. Because it's boring, the girl sleeps, holding the unfinished bags of popcorn in her hand, thus causing it to fall down on the potato and on the floor. The potato is covered in popcorn and then the movie ends. Everyone exits the cinema. Outside the studio, the potato sees the girl throwing the unfinished bags of popcorn into the bin and gets mad because she's wasting food. It looks at the right and sees a beggar searching the trash bin to find food because he's starving. So, what's the moral of the story? Well, this animation tells us that some people are so ignorant and that they should not treat food as something that can easily be thrown away. Because a lot of people don't even have the privilege to eat. Food is precious and it shouldn't be wasted.
If you would like to watch the official animation video, please check out my YouTube channel. I hope you learn more about food waste and that you enjoy the video. Thank you for watching and have a nice day.
I'll be answering the questions in the chat. The hardest part about learning how to animate was learning from scratch since I had no experience at all. This was my first time, and so I had to research everything from scratch. Oh, thank you, Yui. Did you enjoy doing this project, and what were the positively you've gained? Oh, the positive aspects, you mean? Well, I know a lot more about drawing now, which is good because, it's my hobby. So when I draw, I feel really happy. And I think that my knowledge has increased a lot. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Sarah. Which part was the most fun to do? Okay, the most fun part to do was animating and compiling all the PNGs together because it's so hard to do the PP, and then after you're finished, you can see your result and you feel like you've really been rewarded. After the project, did anything change about your opinion on animation? Pixar Disney should hire you. Thank you, Nadina. I think that I really respect animators a lot now. I didn't know how hard it was to animate at first. And then now when I watch movies, I will always feel more appreciation than before. Oh, sorry, Kezia, I accidentally did not see your comment. What app do you use to animate? Thank you. I used Adobe After Effects, and for drawing digitally, I used Photoshop. What advice would you give to others who are going to do the personal project? I would tell you all to not procrastinate and do it in the last minute because
that's exactly what I did, and the stress I felt was unbelievable. Do you want to continue? Oh, thank you, Ariel. Okay, do you want to continue animating in the future? I would like to experiment more on drawing and coloring, and digital, but I would not want to animate because I think that it's way too hard for me. How did you come up with the potato character? Because my animation is going to be based on food waste, I wanted it to be something that people can eat and is related to food and is also something really versatile. And you know that potatoes, they don't look very nice sometimes. They're just like a blob, and some of them can be really ugly looking, but that does not mean that we should waste it, right? Yeah. Thank you, Eleonora. What inspired you to do this? Like I said, I love drawing and I also love food, so I wanted to make an animation about food waste. Thank you, Madeline. Advices for animation? Practice. I guess you just need a lot of practice. This was my first time, so it was not as good as I would like it to be, but I'm okay. I'm happy with the result. Okay, is that all? Yeah, thank you for listening.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you to all the presenters for sharing your projects with us.
Before we move on, it's time for a quick 20-minute break.
Welcome back. Hope everyone hasn't dozed off from that break yet, because it would be such a tragic loss of fun.
Yep, grip the edges of your seats, people, because we still have some crack-a-lackin' projects to go through.
And right now, let's take a look at our next presenter.
Greetings, friends. My name is Brandon Erdian from the class 10P, and today I'll be discussing about my personal project, solar harnessing. Ever since I was a kid, I've always been fascinated by technology, more specifically its innovations and appliances into everyday life. I was also very interested in environmental studies. This is because children health and future. This is why my project combines both of my personal interests, in which I attempt to recreate and build my own solar harvesting module, otherwise known as a solar panel, that is both effective and does not damage the environment in any way. In terms of prior experience, I have never attempted to make a project of this stature alone. This meant that I had to do a lot of research and study to ensure that I understand what I'm doing. I did this through joining a seminar that taught the basics of creating your own PV system, as well as creating research reports regarding the uses and purposes of solar panels. After learning how to create a solar panel, I then had to apply what I've learned. But before that, I made an action plan that is filled with deadlines and notes so that I'll be able to mitigate procrastination and finish my work on time. There are certain steps to creating a solar panel. The first stage is the planning stage. This is when I started to create my basic circuit design to ease the process of building my panel, and it is also the stage when I started to order the materials needed to complete my project. Second step is the practice or testing stage. This is when I started to become more accustomed to the tools by practicing with them, and it is also the stage where I had to observe all the materials to ensure that there are no defects before I start making my project. Third step is the soldering stage. At this step, it was when I started to use my soldering iron and solder tabbing wire onto all 40 individual solar cells. This is also one of the most difficult and time-consuming stages in my project. Fourth step is the construction stage. This is when I started to create the panel section of my solar panel through using a handsaw to cut the aluminum frame into specific measurements and then affixing the said frames onto the plexiglass. Fifth step is the assembly stage. This is when I started to solder the 40 individual solar cells by its tabbing wire to create multiple series. This is also the stage when I use a bus wire to connect all of the series together to create a really long series through soldering. Last step, the wiring stage. In this step, I had to solder a solar wire onto the positive and negative terminals of the solar panel and connect it to a DC to DC step-down transformer, which will regulate the voltage and is able to power any device such as phones, laptops, and power banks that is DC powered. The ATL skills that I developed the most throughout this project is my thinking skills. Though there are multiple sources and websites that aided me in my project, most of what I did was mostly credited towards my own abilities. This project helped me develop my creative and critical thinking skills. This is because I use these skills to help overcome obstacles and challenges that I face throughout my personal project. Obstacles and challenges such as why the tabbing wire wouldn't stick to the solar cell, or how to encapsulate the entire panel without breaking the fragile solar cells, were all problems that I faced and overcome through implementing my own thinking skills to help solve the issue. I also learned how to be a better learner through developing and implementing IB learner profiles such as risk taker or thinker. Overall, this project has expanded my knowledge regarding basic electrical engineering. Things such as basic circuit designing, or electronic equipment maintenance, or electrical soldering are just a few things that I learned and developed throughout my journey in personal project. These previously mentioned skills would probably not be possible without personal project, as this project induces me to explore new interests and develop more as an IB student. That is the end of my video. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a good day.
Okay, so I'll be answering questions now. So first question, what are your output specifications of the panel? The solar panel is a 20-watt solar panel that can produce upwards of 20 volts in direct sunlight and has a current or ampere of 1. Next, how was the soldering stage the most difficult part of my project? Well, the soldering stage was one of the more monotonous and demanding tasks in making the solar panel, as it takes proper technique and skill to effectively solder. This stage also took the most time to do, as I had to solder like 40 cells and each took about 30 minutes. How much did it cost to create the solar panel? So with the tools and all the materials, it costed around 800,000. But aside from the tools, so like just the basic materials, it probably costed around 500K. Next, which part was the hardest to do? So the hardest part was mentioned before, it's the soldering stage. How did you apply IB Learner profile of risk taker? So I applied IB Learner profile of risk taker as I took a risk, as this project had a really high chance of failure, which is present in all stages of creating the panel. This is because I'm an amateur, so I've never tackled like a project of this stature. So yeah, I took a risk in making this project. Have you ever built something like this before? No, this is my biggest project so far. And why was the biggest takeaway from the project? I don't really understand the question. I think it's what was the biggest takeaway. So what I learned from this project is that making a solar panel or making these certain types of inventions is like difficult to do. So yeah, I guess it makes me like not underestimate like engineering and like the engineers. So I realized how hard it was to make this project. How long did it take you to finish? So for each stage, it took about 10 hours, so, except for the soldering stage, which took 25 to 30 hours. So in total, around 80. It shouldn't take 80 hours. It should probably only take 20. It's because like throughout my project, I failed in certain steps, so I need to redo. So it took, yeah, 80 hours because I'm an amateur. Okay, so I guess that's the end of the questions. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is James Patrick from class 10J, and in this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title Cleaning Products Made from Fruits. Personal interest ever since I was little was chemistry. When I was little, I enjoyed mixing different substances together and observing the results. It was always interesting for me to see how these different substances would react with one another, and I like to do experiments that were related to chemistry. Other than that, another interest that I have is caring for the environment. I have always wanted to care and preserve the environment, as I think that it is important for us humans to do so. For this personal project, we need to have a learning goal as well as a product. For my project, I wanted my learning goal to be able to find a way to create a cleaning product that was made from fruits by applying principles from chemistry in order to reduce food waste. I chose this to be my learning goal as it catered to both my personal interests, as I would need to create this cleaning product using principles from chemistry and making it out of leftover food to reduce food waste, therefore making it better for the environment. The product from our personal project would be a cleaning product made from fruits. The cleaning product would become a substitute for regular cleaning products, as it could be used in the exact same situation as when traditional cleaning products would be used. It should also achieve the same results as these products and contain no chemicals, instead only using natural ingredients, as it would be safer for the environment. The ATL skill that has helped me to achieve my learning goal is research skills. For this personal project, like I said, the learning goal was for me to find out how to create a cleaning product using principles from chemistry. Because of this, I needed to do a considerable amount of research regarding various principles of chemistry, as well as how can they be applied to help me achieve my learning goal. The research I have done for this project was taken from both primary and secondary resources. As a primary resource, I decided to interview my father, who has studied food science for 5 years back when he was in university. And my secondary research sources I took from articles and websites on the internet. These pieces of information gave me more insight into the chemical properties of fruits and also told me a lot about how fruits would handle bacteria. For my product, I felt like the ATL skill that helped me the most was my thinking skills, which include critical, creative, and transfer thinking. Transfer thinking has helped me a lot, as it allowed me to apply the information that I had received from my research and apply it into making my product. I gained information on which foods contain antibacterial properties that help them kill bacteria, and therefore it helped me to pick out the most optimal foods for my product. Other than that, I also used creative and critical thinking skills to help me solve issues regarding my product, such as how to collect more ingredients, which I solved by asking my grandma for help. The process of making my product was quite simple, and it only needed a couple of steps. The only issue with the process of making my product is that it includes fermentation, which takes a long time to do. This meant that during the planning phase, I had to make sure that I allocated a lot of time for my product to ferment. So the first step in making my product was that I needed to collect all the materials needed. Since my house already had water, the only other two ingredients I needed was molasses and fruits. I bought the molasses online, whereas I collected the fruits by myself and with a little help from my grandma. After getting all the materials I needed, I went on and began to combine all the ingredients into two separate containers. I started by pouring the molasses and water into the container and waited for them to mix. Once they were done mixing, I then began cutting up the fruits into smaller chunks and mixing it in with the water and molasses. I sealed these containers and let them both ferment in a room temperature environment for 3 months. During the fermentation process, I would check up on my product to make sure that they were fermenting properly. This personal project has been a great teacher for me since it helped me learn a lot of new skills, as well as helped me develop existing ones. The skill that I improved the most was my time management, since there were a lot of steps in this personal project, and therefore I needed to match my timeline to make sure that I could submit everything on time. Another skill I learned is that I should never be afraid to ask for help, as I needed to ask for help a lot of times in this personal project from people such as my grandparents and my dad. That's all for my personal project video. Thank you all for watching and hope you all have a great day.
So to answer some of the questions, so which part of the personal project did I enjoy the most? The part that I enjoyed the most was making the product because I like chemistry, so I like mixing the different like substances together, and I thought that it was like really cool to see how they reacted with one another. And for Jason's question, the only challenge I faced really was like collecting all the ingredients because I needed to collect a lot of ingredients. So that was the only challenging part. Oh, for the Dina, the main inspiration for this project was just like I like chemistry, and this project kind of takes chemistry because it's more about like how the fruits would react if like I put them in a certain environment, stuff like that.
Hi everyone, my name is Eleanor Crisabaldichung from Class 10G. In this video, I am going to explain about my personal project with the title Making a Song Arrangement. I hope you all can enjoy listening to my presentation, and without further ado, let's get started. So first of all, I'm going to tell you guys about my personal interests. My personal interest has always been in music. I started playing the piano when I was 5 years old, and since then, music has been a part of my life. I mostly play classical songs, but I wanted to try something new and different, like playing pop songs. I thought to myself that this personal project would be a great opportunity for me to explore more of my music skills. Therefore, for my personal project, I decided to do something that is related to music. After several different ideas and considerations, I finally determined that my learning goal was to learn how to arrange a song with only the piano, since it is also the main music instrument that I play. However, to make it more challenging, I decided to write the music score on a software so that I could look back and remember on what I have arranged. On the other hand, as I would like to learn how to play pop songs, I felt that this would be the chance for me to learn. I then chose a pop song that I wanted to arrange. Hence, my product goal was a pop song arrangement. Before I started making the product, I made an action plan table and product success criteria. I had my action plan with me the whole time because it helped me in managing and tracking my time. Meanwhile, the product success criteria guided me in achieving the expectations of my product. I also conducted an interview with my teacher as a primary source and did a research on the internet as the secondary source. After I felt like I have collected enough information, I then started creating my product. I created my product step by step based on my knowledge and information that I got. Throughout the process, I had meetings with my supervisors as well as private lessons with my music teacher. They gave me useful advices that really helped me out when I struggled. Despite the difficulties that I faced during the product making process, I eventually figured everything out and finished it on time. Afterwards, I sent out a short survey to my peers and reflected on the results by creating a 1-point rubric. There were some parts where I still need to improve and some parts that were already good enough. But overall, I am quite satisfied with the results of my product. The two ADL skills that I developed the most during this project were the research skills and thinking skills, especially in creative thinking and critical thinking. I used the research skill mostly for my learning goal as I was still an amateur, so I did a lot of research in order to collect as many information as possible. Whereas the thinking skills were mostly applied during the process of making the product, as uniqueness and creativity are needed when making our own song arrangement.
Other skills such as self-management skills and communication skills were also used during the whole process of this project. In my opinion, this personal project has given me a lot of positive impacts to myself. One of the takeaways that I got is to be more confident and believe in myself. Furthermore, I can also went out of my comfort zone and challenged myself into trying something new. Although the process was not easy, I did enjoy doing this project as I can explore my personal interests while gaining more knowledge and skills that will be useful for me in the future later on. For the next part, I'll be showing you a video of my product. If you would like to see more videos like that, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, drop a like, and leave a comment. That's all from me. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Okay, so I'll be answering the questions one by one. Was there a specific reason for your song selection? Actually, yes, because that's Disney song, and Disney song is usually more complicated, and it's gonna be more challenging for me if I did that song. Therefore, I chose that song. What was your biggest challenge during the product making process? Actually, my biggest challenge was where I need to find the different voicings for each of the section. As I said before, the song that I chose is originally played with different music instruments. Meanwhile, I only use piano to arrange that song. Therefore, I kind of find it challenging for me to find the right voicings for it. How long did it take to practice the piece? It took me like 1 until 2 months after I finished arranging that song. Thank you, Clarice. How many takes did it take to get the final video? Actually, it took me a lot of takes for me to get it right, because it's not easy and it's quite frustrating for me. But eventually, I got the best one that I want, and I'm quite satisfied with it. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Sarah. Oh my God, thank you, Kayla. If you were to do this project again, what would you do differently? I would actually arrange more songs, as I feel like I had enough time for me to do more songs. Yeah, so I would actually arrange like 2 until 3 more songs if I would given the chance to do this project again. Thank you, Ariel. Will you consider being a pianist in the near future? And thank you, Kira. I think, yes, I would, but yeah, let's see. Thank you, Barbie. I started playing the piano since I was 5 years old. Yes, actually, I have uploaded the music sheet and I will give the link below, and it's free, so yeah. Will you post more video like this on YouTube? Yes, I'm actually planning to make more arrangement and posting it on YouTube. What research was useful for me? Actually, it's the tutorial research and the tips and tricks that help me in doing this arrangement. Yes, I've uploaded the music sheet. Later, I'll give the link here below. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Karina from 10P, and this video is about my personal project, my journey while making it, and what I've gained from these experiences. So ever since I was little, I was always interested in drawing and painting. I've tampered with color pencils, watercolors, and also acrylic paint. So I really wanted a project that could help me develop these skills and test and challenge myself, while also retaining to a topic that I'm interested in, so I could express a certain issue within my art. So in the end, I decided on learning and a product goal based on that previous interest. So my learning goal is I want to be able to develop my painting and drawing skills while also studying Indonesian social cultures and norms. In the end, culture is not only about traditional clothes or traditional food, but it's also about daily behaviors and habits that we have as a nation. Some of these things are actually quite unique, even though for us here it's quite normal. An example is eating instant noodles with rice. In other countries, obviously it's kind of weird that we're eating carbohydrates with carbohydrates, but it's really a popular snack here, and I just think it's interesting. Another thing is crossing the street without traffic lights or zebra crossings. This is actually very common and very normal for us. So I wanted to show some appreciation for the small things that we do here in Jakarta and other urban parts of Indonesia. So for my product goal, I want to make an Instagram account where it acts as a mini gallery where I can share my expression of Indonesian social culture, and I can also document my progress in art, and how far I've developed my skills. So first, I made a detailed planning on how I was going to make my product. I made a timeline. Basically, the main points are: in October, I would do all my research, planning, and exploring. So on November, I would be making the artwork, and December till January, I would be posting on this art account that I've made. So for the research part, I explored experiencing these social cultures that I've mentioned. For example, I crossed the street, I filmed myself doing that, even though I'm not really good at it, but I pushed myself and I safely crossed the street, thankfully. And then I also rode angkot, which angkot is a transportation here that doesn't tie to a schedule, and you can just call it from the side of the street, kind of like a taxi, but then you get off where you want to. So it's a bus that is not tied to a schedule or a station. After documenting my experiences all throughout October, I then painted my paintings and drawed my artworks. So the ATL skills during this whole process of personal project, I practiced the most using creative thinking and also self-management. In drawing these artworks, I practiced creative thinking by coming up with ways where I can fully grasp the culture that I'm trying to express. For example, the atmosphere of crossing the road, where cars and motorcycles are coming from the left and right, and there was just a lot of things that I had to consider in the composition of each artwork. And then for self-management skills, obviously this whole project needed a lot of time management, and I've managed to spare some time after school and do my EP. Since drawing took a lot of time, I really need to speed up the pace of my drawings. I was a bit rushing in November, but then I caught up and I could spend some time for a break. Thank you for listening. Which piece was the hardest to draw? So the hardest was the one for Angkot, because I actually got a canvas that wasn't really good quality, so I had to paint over some spots because the paint couldn't stick to the canvas properly, and it took a lot of time, and I wasted a lot of time on that, to be honest. Which one is your favorite to draw and learn about? My favorite drawing from this project was the one for Makanan Gerobak, because I really like the colors that I used there. And then the most interesting topic that I learned about was about how here in Indonesia, when SMA, when high school students graduate, they draw on each other's shirts and spray paint them. Best Indonesia experience in the project. I think that was the one that I just mentioned just now. Any difficulties during the project? Time management skills. I think we all had trouble doing that. And yeah, I did too. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Angelin Sutanto from class of 10P, and in this video, I'm going to be explaining about my personal project with the title of A Guide About Eating Disorder. Starting with my personal interest, my interest lies in reading books. From a very young age, books have always interested me, whether it is fiction or non-fiction. After reading many books, I have always wondered about the process behind creating it. Besides that, I also enjoy learning new things, so I decided to choose the topic of eating disorder. This is because it is a topic on which I've not delved into much, but I've heard many cases from family and friends. In the end, I decided my learning goal would be to learn how to write a book and learn more about eating disorder. Henceforth, my product will be about making a book about eating disorder from its different types and treatments for it. To begin with, I started with doing research as this is the most important part when creating the planning. I had to fully understand the concept of what I'm trying to do before actually trying it out. I started researching first about writing before going on to the planning of the structure. Afterwards, I created my success criteria and action plan as it is used for me to follow throughout the entire creation of my product. I then conducted basic research on eating disorder because it is important for me to understand at least to a certain extent before creating the book outline. After finishing the outline, I started first with creating a design sketch for my product so I can possibly gain an idea on how I want it to look like. As this is a new topic to me, I needed to do a lot of research to completely and fully understand what eating disorder is. Since my outline had been made, I organized it in a way where each chapter would be talking about a different type of eating disorder. So it would start off with an introduction, then the next chapter will be explaining about anorexia, following that would be bulimia, then binge eating disorder, and then pica and more. Each chapter will be explaining about its symptom, causes, complication, how it is diagnosed, is it serious, and most effective treatment. If there are any more interesting facts that I found, I placed it in as additional info. While researching for the information, I OPVL'd all the sources to make sure all the sources I used were credible and trustworthy. I wrote this all in a Google document as it was the easiest platform to use, as well as to make sure I won't lose the file. To make the front cover and the back cover, I decided to use Canva, as this is a good software for me to use to make a book cover. After completing both the book content and book cover, I compiled this all into a Microsoft Word document. It is the most simplest way for me to compile both the information and the covers together while being able to add all the other details like page numbers and pictures. After compiling everything, the last thing I needed to do was to recite my sources. This was essential as the information I took I got from the internet, so putting an in-text source was important to prove I'm not plagiarizing. The book I have will be a free product since it's informative and a way to learn more about eating disorder. I don't need to earn any profits from this as my goal is to allow others to learn more. The ATL skills I have mostly shown during the time I did this personal project is researching and thinking skills. To achieve my learning goal, I used a lot of research to figure out the topic I'm learning about, which is eating disorder. I had done a research outline for me to follow throughout my entire personal project, so I don't get lost and can go back to it if I do. To further verify my research, I had done something called OPVL, which is an acronym which defines as Origin, Purpose, Values, and Limitation. This was a way for me to identify and verify all the sources I used and make sure it was credible. I used sources from both personal experience as well as professional writers to get a balance between the two and get each side's perspective. As for me to achieve the product goal, I used mostly thinking skills. This is because I needed to carefully assess and understand all the information that I read. I had to manage my time well so I can both research and organize the information given, as well as add anything necessary. I think personal project is interesting to do. Personal project can be used as an outlet for me to accomplish new things by inquiring a topic of my own interest. Along the process of doing this, it is a little taxing and difficult to say the least, but it really allows me to explore something which I probably would have never done if I did not do personal project. Personal project can be used as a way to improve our skills as we're learning about a topic which we are interested in. Personal project allows students to be able to inquire new things and be creative with how they do it. It allows students to experiment, learn new techniques, and gain new ideas. Finally, here is a short overview of my product. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Okay, so for the first question, what is something meaningful that you learned after this project? I learned a lot about eating disorder. It's actually a very interesting topic to learn about. And did you feel any pressure when doing these projects? If so, how do you overcome it? I did feel like it would be a sensitive topic to definitely talk about, since most people who usually have it don't really want to discuss about it. But I think just having a positive mindset really helped in overcoming it. What did I find most challenging about this product? Of course, it's time management, which is the hardest challenge, since you have to organize between schoolwork and completing this. It's a little difficult, but I still managed to do it. What chapter was the most interesting? I would say probably anorexia. It's a very common. It's probably one of the most common eating disorder that most people know about, but it was still interesting to learn more about it. During the process of making it, what were the strengths and weaknesses? I would say that there were a lot of information when you start researching. So since I wanted to try and keep it simple and understandable to everyone, I really had to organize it well and choose which one and how to explain it best where everyone can understand it. Do you enjoy the process of writing or researching more? I think I find researching more interesting because that's how you start learning about a new topic. So researching about it was really the most interesting. What is the perception on eating disorder, or do you want to get rid of it, or is untrue? I would say eating disorder is really more of a mental problem, and there are actually a lot of people who struggle from this and they might not say it. So when someone is struggling from it, you should help them and keep a positive mindset and make sure they're ready to discuss about it. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions.
Hi everyone, my name is Keenan Ramli Sutyaputra from the class of 10J, and in this video, I will be explaining about my personal project or my hydroponic plantation system. Since the beginning of year 10, I have always wondered how and what I would choose as a topic or something to do with my personal project. One of the many challenges was to find or make a project where it is safe for me to do during this pandemic. One of my personal interests and a skill I have learned during this pandemic would be expanding my knowledge on food or cooking, so I decided to make a project where I can make my own ingredients at home. I decided to pick out ingredients that would be simple to grow in households such as plants or vegetables. In our current state of the world, I found inspiration to learn and have the experience to grow my own food source at home. Living throughout my whole life, I have always been living around gardens, and it has inspired me and given me an ideal opportunity for me to be able to grow my own vegetable source in my backyard as a personal project. As you can see in this picture right here, this is me playing in my backyard. So for this personal project, I decided to make a hydroponic plantation system, or the deep water culture system known as a DWC. The DWC is one of the most common hydroponic plantation systems where the roots of the plants are encased in a net pot or grow cup that is suspended from a lid with roots dangling in a liquid nutrient solution. In my case, my system holds up to 40 plants and 4 different types of vegetables. The first thing I did to plan and start the process of my project was to do research on various plants and systems that would be most suitable for my project. I decided to use 4 different types of plants, which are kangkong, spinach, celery leaves, and bok choy. I found that these would be the simplest and fastest growing plants out of the others. I did my research on the plants and I had to start doing research on the systems. I have contacted one of the many stores that sell hydroponic systems in Jakarta Selatan, where I have also ordered the parts from. The storekeeper, an expert, recommended me that I should use the system because she thinks that it is the most suitable system for me. I then ordered the products and built them with the system working successfully. It took a whole day for me to make the system, and it took the plants at least 3 months for it to fully grow. The end results were astonishing, as all the plants grew with no failure and they were all healthy. Based on my understanding, I think the skill I have used during the making of this project would be research, as I conduct much research and find the most suitable parts for my project. With this skill, I was able to make my product successfully. To prove my project is successful, I have made a success criteria where my project ticks all the boxes and checks up with the criteria. The whole experience of this project was very phenomenal, as it was very challenging but exciting at the same time. I find that this project brings great experience and something we can learn from to be better in the future. This project has taught me not to procrastinate, as some things take process and can't be rushed. I have learned a lot from this project and I hope I can learn more in the future. These are some pictures of my personal projects. That is all about my personal project. I hope you enjoyed and thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Valerie Lovrine Kusuma from Class 10P. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project with the title Taking Photography and Videography as a Professional. As heard from the title, my personal project is associated with photography and videography, which has been one of my personal interests ever since I was little, mainly due to my father opening a photography studio that led me to develop a sense of curiosity on cameras. When I got my first camera, I could never stop taking pictures around the house. Therefore, I decided that my learning goal should be about how to take photography and videography as a professional. To be able to achieve this learning goal, I decided to make a simple beginner's book about it for my product goal, since writing is also one of my personal interests. Before creating this book, I had to do a lot of planning. This planning involved doing a lot of prior research, which also required a research plan. When conducting my research, I had to think about all the things that I needed in order to achieve my learning goal, and to create a reasonable success criteria for my product. The success criteria included strands from the design cycle, using things such as aesthetics to assess my product on. Continuously, I also had to make an action plan filled with the tasks that I need to complete throughout the whole personal project timeline, and the dates that I will need to complete them. One example of the task written in the action plan was conducting an interview with a professional photographer and videographer. Now that the planning stage is done, it is time to start with the applying skills stage. I first started this stage by creating a book outline, outlining every chapter of the book, its contents, and more. However, I then had to change it in order to make it fit better with the book, due to complications faced during the content making process. I had some issues with the contents in each chapter, due to it being too broad. This is where the ATL skills came in handy, more specifically thinking skills, since I thought that it would be much better if I decided to change the chapters of the book to make it more practical for me and the readers. Next, I created sketches for my book and compared each one of them to see which one was more fitting. After I finished with all of that, it was time to start with the contents of the book. Finally, I started doing this by writing all the information I know about the topics in the first chapter. Then if I needed to add more information, I would conduct more research, which was where I developed another ATL skill, more specifically, research skills, since I had to figure out which sources were reliable, using the OPVL method, which incredibly helped. This continued until all chapters of the book were completed. Consequently, I took some pictures in order to further explain the steps. However, some of the pictures taken were old, due to the pandemic not allowing me to venture outside in nice places to take pictures. Therefore, I just had to make do with the things located in my house. Moreover, I also took some videos which could be accessed using the QR codes located throughout the book, which also required me to be creative and use my thinking skills. I had to create makeshift subjects using toys and other household items, and create my own equipment using books as a camera track. It might not be the best videos ever seen, but it still somehow managed to match with the success criteria. The whole product making process was extremely difficult, tiresome, and time-consuming. However, it all worked out in the end since it was time to put the whole product together. I used Canva to do so, and this is where I designed the book, incorporated all the text and pictures. Now it is time for the product showcase. Here's the video of the product. As you can see, my product is an ebook about professional photography and videography. It is quite a simple ebook with only 145 pages. After all, it is made for beginners to easily understand some professional photography and videography techniques. My ebook is accessible to anyone since it is free. I decided to make it free because I used to be a beginner who didn't understand anything when it comes to photography and videography. Therefore, I didn't know where to begin when trying to learn about it. I wanted to purchase lessons, but I thought that it was not worth it, and I tried watching YouTube videos, but it was quite confusing since the topics were difficult to understand. Thus, I just stopped trying to learn about it. From this experience, I decided that my book should just be free for anyone who is interested in professional photography and videography. All in all, I would say that the personal project process was quite satisfactory, especially towards the end since I got to see my product all done. Even with all the ups and downs I faced, I still managed to push through it till the end and be finished with all the tasks needed to complete. Throughout the process, I got to learn more about my interests and have more experience regarding it. Therefore, it was a great way for me to motivate myself to try and pursue my interests, which will be very beneficial for me in the future. Not only that, but it also encouraged me to become a more principled learner and helped me develop important skills. Anyways, that is all that I have for you today. If you would like to see more about my project, check out this link, or you could visit my YouTube channel at Guide to Photography and Videography, or Instagram at Guide to Video and Photography. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Okay, so thank you for the questions, and thank you for the good comments. So the first question is, do you think you'll become a photographer in the future? I would consider being a photographer in the future, but I don't think that I would fully become a full-time photographer. I would probably just use my skills in something that will yeah, actually there might be a chance that I would be a photographer in the future, but since the market is quite crowded nowadays, it would be quite difficult to build up a photography business. Why did you decide to explain about both professional photography and videography? I decided to explain about both professional photography and videography because they both rely on the usage of a camera. And these days, becoming a photographer only is becoming less and less common. That means that to keep up with the times, photographers need to embrace videography and incorporate it into their services offering to their clients. Why did you decide to use toys as a subject in books for a camera track? I use toys as a subject because they are aesthetically pleasing and easy to modify. For example, in some of the pictures, I use a Lego figure, and so I can modify how it looked to fit better with the context of the image that I'm taking. And it also took the shape of a human. I also used books for a camera track because of its heaviness, which made the camera stable when motion is applied. Since it cannot be moved too quickly, it also has less friction with the bottom surface, making it glide more smoothly when pushed or pulled. Thank you, Serafina, and thank you, Kayla. What would you do differently if given the chance to do the project again? What I would do differently if given the chance to do the project again is probably the taking the videos and pictures, because I feel like they could have been better if more time and effort were put into it. And I would probably try to visit other places and not just take pictures in my house, so that there will be more variety within the pictures and videos. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Gabriela Duinata and I'm from 10J. In this video, I'll be explaining about my personal project entitled Diaris Nanika. First of all, my personal interest. I was initially attracted to learning new languages other than my native language. I never actually intended on picking up Indonesian Sign Language as my project, but I have this urge inside me to be more empathetic and sympathetic towards my surroundings and see how much I can benefit the community and myself through this project. Both reasons were put into consideration and helped me decide on my personal project. My learning goal is to learn how to express oneself using Indonesian Sign Language and discover various aspects of individuals in the society. Well, for the product goal, I decided on a video that shows my process of learning. To be able to reach the final product, there were a number of preparations and processes I had gone through, which were broken down into smaller steps. I had to do enough research on Indonesian Sign Language, allocate time for tasks, studying Indonesian Sign Language while preparing for video 1, 2, 3, and lastly, video editing. I had to do research to start off the project, and from this research, I was able to know the fact that there were 2 versions of Indonesian Sign Language. I developed the research skills through the collection of information of the 2 versions, which are Sibi and Bisindo. I gradually knew that Sibi is the formal sign language and Bisindo is the informal sign language in Indonesia. I was able to plan, collect, organize, and interpret data during the beginning stage of this project. This is such an important information to start off the project on the right foot. Therefore, the research here plays a prominent role in introducing me to what I'll be doing and giving me room to imagine. And thus, this research helped me to choose which one I'll be doing long-term in my personal project. I chose Bisindo in the end as it is commonly used by the deaf people, and I thought it would be bringing me closer to the deaf community. Moreover, I had to make a success criteria and action plan. Video 3 required me to film clips of me studying, which will be compiled in a How I Study video. During those study sessions, I also had to prepare for the first and second video, where I had to introduce myself and do a cover in Bisindo. Lastly, I got to enhance my editing skills through editing those 3 videos. The stage where I film, edit, until I publish those videos required thinking skills. I thought both creatively and critically to decide, design, and solve problems. I use critical and dialectical thought to think from the viewer's perspective. Furthermore, I also had to adjust the camera angles while I study, and therefore it required me to balance my focus. I mostly applied creative thinking skills while I added the videos by making it look more appealing, using animations, text, subtitles, as well as making it informative. When encountering problems, I faced it realistically and critically thought about what I could do. For instance, when I lost all the subtitles I had finished typing, which I also have matched with the timing of the voiceover. I became critical at that moment because I knew for a fact that the reality I have to face is to start all over from the beginning. During that time, I critically thought of a way of bringing it back, but nothing worked. It required thinking skills to sort out the situation and thought about what went wrong. The only solution was to start over, and this taught me how I can grow as a person and face all kinds of situations. Here are the short clips of the videos I made. TP influenced me how I manage something and feel a sense of responsibility on completing something. I learned a handful of skills from planning, self-management, thinking skills, to research skills. I was able to learn how valuable time is and was able to succeed learning Indonesian Sign Language in the end. Most importantly, I learned not to give up and give my all in order to reach my goal. That's it for my video. If you would like to see more of my videos, search Diary Sanandiko on YouTube, and there you go. Thank you for listening and have a nice day ahead.
So I'll be answering the questions. If you could continue this project, what would you do next? I would definitely work on my expressions and fluency of my gestures. I still find it difficult to build words and use gestures to explain it. My movements are still considered stiff, and I would like to learn how to use my gestures and make it more natural. If I have the chance, I would also like to communicate with the deaf community. How do you synchronize finger movements, facial expressions, and words? I synchronize my finger movements, facial expressions, as well as words by some practices and failures. Numerous practices and failures help me learn and get used to the gestures. For instance, for my second video, I practiced several times in which I have lost count. During the practice, I failed several times to synchronize my movements with the lyrics and melody as well as beats. I also write down the gestures I learned, and I can review it once in a while. For facial expressions, I studied it separately, and it's honestly something I try to do spontaneously, according to the gestures I'm making and the emotions I'm feeling at that moment. Was Sibi or Desindo harder to learn and why? I think Desindo is harder to learn because it's hard to find a official kamus because Sibi is the formal one and Desindo is the informal one. So there are limited resources to where I can learn Desindo. What was the most enjoyable part of your personal project? It's definitely to explore something new, more aspects in life. And it was very enjoyable to learn Desindo. Would you still be implementing ISL in your life after this project? Definitely, it's something interesting and something I want to implement if I have the chance. Where did you learn the sign language? I learned through YouTube links. So I learned through YouTube videos. There are a lot on YouTube. And then I also learned through two applications called Hear Me app and also Kamus Bisino. What's the hardest thing you faced and how did you overcome it? The hardest thing was probably time management. I had to juggle school while doing this personal project. So I think it was time management. Also dedication. It's hard to dedicate myself into this project. On a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult do you think it was? I think it was 8 because overall I had to do some filming, editing, and yeah, it was difficult overall. Can you type your YouTube channel? All right, I'll type it down. I think that's it for the questions. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Josh Vijaya from Class 10W. In this video, I am going to explain my personal project with the title of Losing Weight Program. For my personal interests, I like doing boxing and I like to exercise. For boxing, I do it 3 to 4 times a week because boxing can help you lose weight and make your mentality stronger. And for exercising, I do any kind of exercise like jogging and walking every day for 30 to 60 minutes a day. For my learning goal and product goal, I want to learn how people can lose weight in a couple of months. And for my product goal, I want to introduce an accurate losing weight program. The planning and process of making the product. The process of it is kind of easy because I didn't actually try different forms of diet, but I researched and tried doing my weight loss program for a month and see if I can lose weight after the month is done. And I went to canva.com and find a template for a threefold brochure. So after I found a template of it, I started finding ideas for my brochure. After finding a couple of ideas for my brochure, I began doing my editing for my product, and after a day or two, I finished my product. The ETL skills I mostly use and improve are my thinking skills and my communication skills. I develop my thinking skills by thinking too much when I'm brainstorming for ideas for my product at first, and I also use thinking skills by thinking about how I can make my product better. And I'd also develop my communication skills by talking with some other people that actually lose weight in my family and people in my neighborhood. Personal project has helped me not to only lose weight, but also to be able to share the information with others. I hope my personal project will be able to help others and encourage others to lose weight and keep healthy. Here is the video for my product. Thanks for watching my video. I hope you enjoyed the video and I hope my video and product can help people lose weight. Bye.
The hardest challenge that I face is actually having to lose weight in the first month of doing it. What food I need to eat and what exercise that I need to do to lose weight and like the first month and stuff. Mostly I do boxing, jogging and walking. I can actually help someone that wants to lose weight in the future. I mostly do home exercise. I rarely go to the gym. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So today I'm going to talk about my personal project that I have been doing for the past couple of months. So let's start. But before that, let me introduce myself. Hi, my name is Keze Ongko and I'm currently a grade 10 student of Tunas Muda School. In this video, I will be explaining more about my personal project, what my personal project is all about and stuff like that. But first of all, let me tell you about my personal interest. When I have been growing up with dogs since I was just a little kid, and I have lots of experience with dogs. In fact, in total I have had 13 dogs in my life, and currently 3 of them are alive and healthy. I told you this because this happens to be my personal project. The title of my personal project is Dog Training with Positive Vibes. My project is all about how I train my dogs to do some tricks. This project is aimed to educate people to use positive reinforcements to train their dogs and not by punishing them. I want people to have better understanding of how to treat their dogs nicely, especially for a first-time dog owner. This is Poppy. When she is just 4 months old, I taught her her first trick, which is sit. She is at a good age to start learning tricks and simple commands. I've been teaching her to sit, shake hands, spin, stand, and other things. And while I was teaching Poppy, I have been creating video contents on YouTube about how I train my dog and showing how I use positive reinforcements. Before making my product, I started by planning for my product. I made a rubric specification and a criteria for my product, which helps me to know what the appearance of my product should look like. For example, the aesthetics. The video should be high quality and the video should be more than 1 minute. I also made an action plan as a guide to help me make sure I upload all my videos on time before the submission date. After I made the action plan, I straight away started filming me teaching my dog to do all those tricks. And it didn't take long until she can do all the tricks. But of course, I teach her the tricks one by one so that she doesn't get confused. After that, I went on YouTube to create a YouTube channel called Dog Training with Positive Vibes and started posting the videos. So now I'm going to be explaining the ATL skills that I developed throughout this project. During the course of this personal project, I developed the ATL skills such as thinking skills and communication skills. I developed the thinking skills when I have to think on how I can teach Poppy the tricks while motivating her. My second skill that I developed is communication skills. This skill appeared when I communicated with Poppy by saying things like good girl or good Poppy. I did this because it can boost the dog's confidence in doing the tricks. It also appeared when I communicated to her by doing the hand movement to tell Poppy and to remember a certain trick. So that's all I have for you today. I hope you like my personal project. Hi guys, so we're going to play ball with Poppy. Poppy, ball! Ball, Poppy! Poppy, ball! Ball! Good, ball. Lagi, ball! Ball, Poppy! Poppy, ball! Hi guys, so today I'm going to show you guys how I teach my dog to stand and then sit. And stand and then spin. Okay, stand, spin. Good, Poppy. Good job, Poppy. You're so good. Okay. Stand, spin. Good, Poppy.
So the first question is, why do you think dog training is important? It is important because dog training builds confidence, provides mental stimulation, and strengthens the human-animal bond. And also, dogs are always learning new things just like humans. The second question is, what other tricks do you plan on teaching your dog to do in the future? Right now, I'm teaching her to jump like a pole or like a stick. And then now we're at 40 centimeters, and I'm planning to make her do 50 centimeters. Was it hard to train them? Sometimes it is, because sometimes Poppy doesn't want to listen to me and gets distracted easily. And then, what impact do you hope your project will make? I think that it can impact me by having more bond with Poppy, and also it can impact other people from the YouTube videos. It can impact other people by like seeing how I train my dog and not getting frustrated at her, and that's a good thing because dogs needs like positive vibes, so they want to do it. What were the strengths and weaknesses? The strengths are that Poppy understands, like sometimes she understands the things I'm saying. Like I tell her to sit, she knows. And then also the weaknesses is that sometimes she doesn't want to listen. Any tips to first-time dog owners to encourage their dogs to be interested in tricks? The first thing is that the key in training dogs is like the tricks, the snacks, like the treats. You have to give the dog treats so that they want to listen. And also, you cannot give them after they eat because they will be full. So you have to give them before they eat so that they want to listen. Do you plan on making this your future profession? Maybe like I will teach my future dogs to do tricks, but for my future profession, I don't think so. But I do want to have a school for dogs. How often should I train my dog for him to do tricks? If you could every day, so that they can remember the trick. But if you don't have time, maybe like once every 2 days or 3 days. And how long have you been training dogs? I've been training dogs since like the past 3 years, because I have 2 other dogs and I also train them. Yeah. And what was the easiest thing to teach her and what was the hardest? The easiest trick to teach her was set, and then the hardest is stand and then spin. Uh, I think that's it. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Grady from the class 10W, and in this video, I am going to be explaining about my personal project with the title Designing T-shirts. My personal interest. My personal interest has always been in the fashion industry. I really like what the fashion industry is doing nowadays with their unique clothings and unique designs. Seeing the models walk using unique clothing through the stage has always amazed me and makes me appreciate the designers and their creative minds and creations. Learning goals and product goals. Of course, I have goals to achieve in this project, and my learning goal is to learn how to edit using the editing website Photopea, which is very similar to Photoshop, but it is way easier to access since it's free and you can open it on any browser. I want to learn how to edit and try to use all the tools in the website to my advantage in creating and editing my t-shirt designs. My product goal, however, is to make 3 different t-shirt designs. So when I first started out this project, I spent a lot of my time planning my personal project. I started out by stating some ideas and thinking about what my interests are. And after some brainstorming session with myself, I got a few ideas on what I think my project could be about. I really like the fashion industry, as I stated before, so at that time I had to think about what my product could be that is related to the fashion industry. So I thought to myself, maybe I could probably make some clothes or design some t-shirts. And the second topic that I almost did for my personal project was modeling a house. And since I have always been interested in houses and real estate, so at that time I thought to myself, maybe I could like design a house. But after some careful planning and watching some videos about both of my interests in YouTube, I think that the fashion industry has piqued my interest more. So after some careful planning about what I should make from my personal project, I started searching out for websites or softwares or apps that I could use for free to edit and create my t-shirt designs. And after that research, I actually found this website called Photopea, and I find it really similar to Photoshop, but I did not need to pay for it, and it's easier to access. I then started to watch YouTube videos and tutorial videos about the website and how to use each tool, which is very helpful. So after understanding how to edit and how to use each tool in the editing website, I started sketching and planning my t-shirt designs. I made some sketches, as you can see here. These are just a few of my sketches that I made for my t-shirt designs, and I then searched up some images in Google that I think I could use for my t-shirt design and that fits my sketches and the images that I put in my sketches and what I plan to put in my t-shirt. And I started editing and creating my designs on that website that I found earlier called Photopea. I think that this personal project has made me learn a lot of new things. I learned how to edit in general. I think that after this project, I could edit way better now because I've learned a lot of new things from watching those YouTube videos, and I've learned a lot about editing and every tool in the website. I've already like mastered them, you know. In this project, the ATL skills that I've learned and what I've used the most are my thinking skills, but more specifically, my creative thinking skills. That is it for my personal project. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Uh, the inspiration was the Indonesian culture. I think it's pretty underrated. Not many people, uh, not many people, kayak look at the Indonesian culture and think that they could make a good t-shirt design. Uh, is this? Wait. Is the Barong t-shirt for sale? No. It's just a t-shirt design. Which design is my favorite? My favorite is the black and white one. I think I might continue designing t-shirts, but I'm not gonna sell them, I'm just gonna design because it's kind of fun actually. Were there any challenges being faced? Learning how to edit is actually pretty challenging, but it's pretty fun. Do you consider making your PP into a business? Not really, but maybe. What difficulties do you face? Like I said, learning how to edit was pretty challenging, actually. Can you sell one of the t-shirts? No, it's just a design. I don't sell them. If you sell the t-shirts, what would be the price for one t-shirt? I think 100,000 is pretty good. I've already answered the inspiration behind my t-shirts. What's the most enjoyable part of this project? Designing the t-shirts was pretty fun. Yeah.
Wow, that was incredible, don't you think?
Yes, they were. That was phenomenal. Now it is time for a special second break. See you all in 20 minutes. Back to business, people.
Hope everyone already got their water and bathroom breaks in order, because we have a lot more to watch.
Before we start, we'd like to remind everyone that there is a Q&A session after every student video. So please, feel free to ask questions in the chat box after the video is finished. Let's welcome our next presenter.
Hello everyone, my name is Chloe from 10W, and in this video I will be explaining deeper details about my personal project with the title 2022 Self-Care e-Journal, which is a digital journal that you can use daily throughout your whole year, and hope you enjoy. I've always had an interest in designing cute little illustrations and journaling. There was a phase where I took journaling seriously, and I personally like to journal a lot about my favorite items. But not long after I stopped journaling, I saw how journaling could increase productivity and make a positive impact in our lives. So because of that knowledge, I am currently trying to journal more often. Because of knowing the positive impact journaling has, I decided to make this project in combination with helping other people take care of themselves mentally and physically, and to be able to put their lives back together for the better. And that's where the product got the name 2022 Self-Care e-Journal. So the planning and process of making this product was quite chaotic, and it was filled with ups and downs. First step into making this product would be finding out what the audience would want to see in my product. So I made a survey to give it out to other people to help me fill out the form. The survey includes what types of pages people want to see in my journal, features to add, and things like what they want to see to people struggling with self-love. And the reason why I added that last feature was to use it as a reminder for people using my journal that having time for yourself matters and that you matter as a person no matter what. After gathering information from my audience, I move on to finding inspiration. This step right here is really important as it helps visualize your product and how you would want it to look like. Basically, it gives you an idea, and that idea could really help you in making the product throughout this whole journey. Here's a little mood board that I took inspiration from. I made this mood board on Pinterest just to help me know what I would like to put into my journal and what I am aiming for. So technically, finding inspiration really helps into visualizing how your product would look like, and it would really help you if you are running out of ideas for the product you're making. After looking for inspiration and making a vision on how my product will look like, I started sketching my first design on Procreate and deciding what type of illustration I would want to use in my journal. Here's a speed up video of my first sketch, and you can tell how I changed the illustrations a lot. Honestly, it was quite frustrating to find out the right exact illustration I actually want to use, but I'm glad that I went through it. After knowing what type of illustration / style I would want to use throughout this whole journal, I started designing the rest of my journal and started thinking about what type of pages I would want to do and put into my journal. And not long after I finished designing my journal and completed my pages, the last step was to organize the pages in order, and for this I used Canva. I just downloaded all the pages from Procreate and transferred it to Canva and to organize and put the pages in order there. And yeah, I am done with my product, and here's a QR code if you want to download the final product. The ATL skills that I've gained during the process of the whole personal project would be research skills, thinking skills, and self-management skills. I used research skills as in I needed to do a lot of primary and secondary research during this whole process to be able to have my product the way I want it to be. I used my thinking skills to think how I will make my product, and lastly I used my self-management skills to manage myself this whole project and to focus and make time for this project. I honestly think that the personal project is quite useful and also a way for us to learn more about new skills and also guidance towards creativity. Personal project has taught me to become a more open-minded person into learning new skills, and it also helps me develop better skills and make me improve better. Anyways, enough chit-chatting. Here's a short teaser of my product. To see the whole thing, don't forget to download it, and here's the QR code once again. You can tell me your opinions about it. Just DM me on Instagram right on the screen at Chloe_Cho24. Thank you for listening and have a great rest of the day. Bye!
I will be answering questions now. So the first one is from Kayla. It says, how did you gain inspiration for the design? Well, I honestly get inspiration from like small businesses that's held in Korea because they had really cute designs, and overall I find them on Pinterest. And thank you for the compliment. And from Sarah, thank you. And the question is, what is your favorite part of the process? My favorite part of the process would be designing it and finally finishing the whole product because it made me feel relieved and satisfied. And from Leah, what was the most enjoyable part of your project? Well, the most enjoyable part, like I said, it was finishing it and seeing the final thing because I was quite satisfied with it. And from Sarah, which feature of the journal is your favorite? I would say it would be the calendars because every month the design changes and I'm really proud of that. Oh, thank you, Leah. And from Kayla, what's the biggest challenge you face while making the product? The biggest challenge would be time management because in some days I would procrastinate and not be able to do what I was supposed to do. So that really made a big impact in submissions. From Jossie, what positive impact does journaling have and what impact does it have on you? So the positive impact journaling actually has is that it could actually help manage anxiety, reduce stress, cope with depression, help you prioritize problems, fears, and concerns. And it also provides an opportunity for positive self-talk and identifying negative thoughts and behavior. And since I'm trying to journal more often, journaling actually is quite calming to me. And it helps me also put my life back together since I have to-do lists. And it's satisfying to tick all the work that you've done. And from Yui, did you have fun in doing this project? And if you got another chance to do this project, what improvements would you make? I think it would be a more variety of pages since it's quite limited since I don't have that much time to complete it. But yeah, I think that's what I would change. Oh, thank you, Yui. Okay, Zia says, are you going to sell it? I'm not going to sell it, but I have a QR code for it so you can download it. I'm just gonna post the QR code on my Instagram so that everyone could scan it. And from Gabby, do you personally use the journal you made and were you satisfied with the result? I don't really use the journal that I made because, well, I don't really have that much time because I have a separate notebook for it. But yes, I was satisfied with the result. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Darren Austin from class 10J, and in this video, I'm going to be explaining about my personal project with the title of Composition of 2 Piano Songs. My learning goal is to compose songs using the instrument piano. I would love to learn and try composing my own song and show it to my audience. Since in my learning goal, I wish that I could gain some skills on composing piano songs, and so my product would be composing 2 piano songs. This would be the first time I tried to compose my own song since when I was younger, I tried to do just that but was unable to do so and I had to rely on my instructor to do it for me. As a result, I'd want to give it another shot with this project. The planning and process of my piano song is that I'd start by knowing which major scale I wanted to use. After I'd chosen a major scale, I start playing some random melodies until I found the best one. And then I just do the same step over and over again. This was a bit of a challenge to me since I need to find the best melody that can relate to where I left off. I created the songs freely, meaning that I just play what's on my mind. I thought creating music was that easy, but then there was two simple mistakes that I did, which was changing time signatures and having no tempo. These mistakes ruined the whole song because it was the rule of playing piano to have a time signature and tempo. My self-opinion about the song that I composed is that I could have done better and try using an app that can help me compose songs. My project would have been complete and perfect if I didn't do the simple mistakes. Here is a video of my first song titled In the Deep Snow. If you would like to see my second song titled Meaningless Battle, you could find it in my YouTube channel right here. And thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Hi everyone, my name is Madhurendra Pranata from class 10P, and in this video I'm going to be explaining about my personal project with the title Quarantine Student Short Documentary. Since my project is heavily related to my personal interest, I need to inform to you what exactly is my personal interest first and foremost. So to continue, my personal interest is videography. I have enjoyed creating videos since I was in the 4th grade of elementary. This interest started because of watching YouTube. I was inspired by how YouTubers created their videos back then with clean and stunning edits in their videos. I started out creating YouTube videos for a YouTube channel I created in elementary school. Since I entered at secondary, I began to take videography more seriously. I created videos like documenting trips, creating commercials using products that I had, and entering competitions. I really enjoy creating videos because I enjoy the whole process such as planning, shooting, and editing, and when the final product is finished, I really enjoy the feeling that I just created something with my own creativity. My personal project, I've chosen to make a short documentary about my cousin's experience in online learning. As to why I've chosen to create a story about my cousin, it is because I observed that his experience in online learning since the pandemic has been tougher than mine. Therefore, I feel like I could extract a better story from him. My learning goal for my short documentary project is to learn on how to design and shoot a short documentary.
I started the planning process on 18 August 2021 by beginning working on a storyboard which will guide me when shooting and editing. To continue the planning process, on 30 August 2021, I made a success criteria and action plan. On 4 September 2021, I continued working on my storyboard and was able to finish the storyboard on 1 October 2021. Next, on the same day, I met up with my cousin on Google Meet to schedule filming with him. On 4 October 2021, I started executing my product by carrying out the interview with my cousin and finished the interview on 5 October 2021. On 8 November 2021, I started shooting the short documentary. Continued until 13 November 2021, but then I took a break due to schoolwork. On 29 November 2021, I continued filming the short documentary and finished it. In total, the filming took 1 week and 2 days. On 1 December 2021, I researched for music for a short documentary on YouTube and Upbeat.io. On 23 December 2021, I started editing the short documentary and finished editing on 30 December 2021. On 31 December 2021, I have finished with shrinking and uploaded the short documentary onto YouTube.
Creating the storyboard took me a very long time because it really has to be detailed and I had to think creatively. I struggled a lot in coming up with scene ideas which consumed a lot of time and resulted in me finishing the storyboard late on 1 October, which was planned to be finished on September 29 before the end of September. However, to solve this problem, I had to surf through the internet and gather inspiration by watching other short documentaries and documentaries. This solution ultimately helped me to achieve my product faster as it allowed me to progress further by giving inspiration and reference. In the picture, you can see evidence of the use of inspirations and references, which are some of the steps I took to develop my storyboard. After getting the storyboard, I had to brainstorm important questions to ask for the interview with my cousin, which needed creative thinking skills. I also had to think creatively on the shoot of the short documentary because I had to find ways to light up the scene well, find aesthetically pleasing camera angles, and manage my time to shoot since I have school as well, which required critical thinking skills.
I just want to show this passion into my project, to be able to try new things and try new skills because I want to continue it further in my life. The fact that we have the opportunity to do that in school through personal project is amazing. Here is a trailer video of my product.
Saya khawatir apa yang akan terjadi di masa depan jika tidak memahami banyak materi di masa SMA saya. Karena saya tahu bahwa pelajaran atau pendidikan itu penting untuk masa depan saya. Saya lebih suka belajar offline. Kebetulan di sekolah saya sistem pembelajarannya kurang teratur. Sering sekali saya diberikan tugas tanpa diberikan penjelasan. Bagi saya, itulah cara mengajar yang kurang efektif. Karena sistem pembelajaran yang kurang efektif, ini membuat saya susah untuk memahami pelajaran sekolah. Maka dengan itu, saya menjadi khawatir dan cemas untuk nilai-nilai pelajaran saya.
Meskipun tidak mudah, saya akan tetap kuat dan terus berjuang. Saya tidak akan membiarkan COVID-19 menentukan masa depan saya.
If you would like to see the full short documentary, you can go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
First question. What part do you find most interesting during the video production process? I would say that editing would be the most interesting for me because from the start, editing has been my favorite part of the whole production process. I find it interesting because it is the key to blending images and sound to make us feel connected emotionally with the film. And it really takes concentration to do that. What is your advice for the next year students who are interested in documentaries? My advice would be to shoot more B-roll than you think. It's because when starting the shooting process, I actually already had this idea in mind. But in the end, turns out that I actually needed more B-roll. And so I had to maneuver around that problem with the clips that I had. And so when editing, I really wish that I could have shot more B-roll. What were the strengths and weaknesses when doing this project? I would say that the strength is that it's reachable for me because, well, the source is my cousin. So I can get really direct communication. And for the weaknesses, I would say probably just like the storyboard was kind of difficult for me at the start. Which part of the project do you find the most enjoyable? I would say editing because it has been my favorite from the start. So I find it enjoyable. Why did you choose to make a documentary about a quarantine student and not other topics? Because I saw my cousin like during COVID-19 and the online learning, and I saw like that he was frustrated at times because he's actually like from a public school. And I just wanted to share his story and maybe raise awareness because I think like learning loss is an issue. Who inspired you to make the documentary? A YouTuber perhaps? No, nobody really inspired me. Well, my cousin, because I saw his how he was frustrated in online learning. What was the most rewarding points of your project? How would you rate your satisfaction level through this project? I would say the most rewarding points is that I think it could spread awareness, I guess. And how would you rate your level of satisfaction through this project? I would say I'm satisfied, although I think I could have gotten more scenes because when in the filming, when in the editing, I realized that some shots of the B-roll were out of focus. The camera was out of focus, which was my mistake. So I think I could have which depleted my B-roll, and so I think I could have gotten more shots. Did you learn more about the education system from other schools? Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned that from my cousin, they were just giving presentations without actually teaching in a meetings. Meetings were rare, I would say, from my perspective when I saw him at online learning. What editing software did you use to edit? I use KineMaster, which is actually a mobile editing app available on Android. I think also on iOS. It's spelled like this. Let me type it. Is that all? Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Aurelio Sanji Salim from the class of 10J. In this video, I'll be showing you about my personal project called Keep It Sweaty. The learning goal for the project is to spread awareness to people on why they should exercise during quarantine and to encourage them to be physically healthy by exercising. My personal interest in sports and health had led me to choose this learning goal. I had been playing soccer since I was younger, and I also cared about my health during quarantine since I don't really get to have any physical activities. To achieve this learning goal, I'll be making a set of videos. To spread awareness and encourage people to exercise, one of the video will be an explanation about why we should exercise, and the other 4 will be a home workout video that requires no equipment, so that the people could follow the video and exercise at their own. Before I started creating the product, I made a product success criteria and action plan as my planning. For the success criteria, it is a table with different rows which are the criteria that will determine whether I have made a successful product. The criteria include having an understandable explanation that encourages the audience to exercise, having clear visuals in the video, having a workout duration of around 10 minutes with at least 1 minute of high intensity, performing the exercises properly and could be clearly seen, and having 4 sets of different workout videos. The table also explains how each criterion will be measured. The action plan is similar to a timeline. It shows a timeline of tasks that I need to do in different dates that I had set myself to complete the product. It also consists of a to-do list, which are the tasks but broken down in smaller components. Other than that, I added a column that shows which part of the success criteria is the task linked to. This action plan will be useful to complete this big project as it will help me to organize my time and make sure that I knew what I had to do. When making the first video about why we should exercise, the process starts with researching the information needed. Then, I recorded myself explaining the information and edited it in an app called iMovie. Lastly, I uploaded the video to YouTube. For the workout videos, I started by researching the exercises through different workout videos and listing all the exercises shown. Next, I tried all of the exercises and made a workout rundown. When making the rundown, I removed the exercises that were too intense and made sure that I had set the proper duration since I want everyone to be able to keep up with the workout. After that, I had a meeting with my physical education teacher to make sure that the workout rundown will be a great workout that will help to maintain a good physical health. Then, I recorded myself doing all the exercises and edited them in iMovie. After I finished editing, I uploaded the video to YouTube and I repeated this process 3 more times, but with a different type of workout since I made 4 different workout videos. Throughout the process, some ATL skills have been really helpful for me. To achieve the learning goal, I applied communication skills throughout communicating my message to the audience through the videos. I used communication skills by explaining about why we should exercise in the first video and added helpful headings and subheadings such as subtitles to make sure that the audience will really understand my message. Other than that, when recording, I paid attention to the layout by making sure that I had put my camera in a good angle that it would clearly capture all my body parts when doing the exercises. Communication skills has ultimately helped me in achieving my learning goal. To achieve the product, thinking skills has been the most useful since it helped me in finding solutions to problems I face. Since I am an amateur at editing, I didn't really know how to do some edits, such as adding a timer without the background. But after using thinking skills, I found out about the green screen feature, which will allow me to remove the background of the timer so that the exercise could still be seen. Other than that, I had another problem where I couldn't download the file and it was for an unknown reason. But after thinking, I was able to quickly find a solution by reducing the quality a little bit, and I could successfully export the video while still having a clear quality. Thinking skills had helped me here in finding out that the problem was the file size. In this personal project, it is a really big project with a long process, but it has taught me to manage and organize my time well since we cannot procrastinate and we need to constantly make progress to complete everything because not only we need to work on this project, but we also have assignments from school subjects. Here's a preview of the videos that I have made as my product. Mainly, lack of physical health will cause weight gain, since you're not using the energy that is provided by the food that you eat.
A king without his crown, now I'm breaking. Marvin Divine.
If you would like to see more of my videos, you can check it out in my YouTube channel called Aurelius Henry Salim. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. Okay, I'm going to be answering some questions, so you may ask the questions in the chat box. So the first question is, what is the hardest part of your personal project? So in my opinion, the hardest part is keeping up with the timeline and making sure everything is finished on time. This is because aside from doing the personal project, I also got like a lot of assignments from the subjects at school, and I didn't have much free time. However, I still need to find a way to organize my time to make progress in the personal project, because if I don't, I will have more school assignments coming, and the later I go, I will also have to do more things in my personal project, and it will keep stacking. I was able to stay determined and manage my time well, which is one of the keys to finishing this personal project. The second question, what software did you use? I use iMovie to edit. Did you get inspiration from other workout videos? Yeah, when I was like searching for the exercises, I look up in YouTube and I search for different workout videos. Then I like wrote down all the exercises that I could possibly use from my videos as well. Will you continue to upload workout videos? Maybe if I have free time, I will continue to upload workout videos. But like as of right now, I've made 4 different workout videos, and I think they're enough because there's a fat burning workout, cardio workout, chest, and leg workout. What was the most enjoyable part? In my opinion, the most enjoyable part was that I got to exercise myself, which is quite important since I don't really go out and I need to keep myself healthy. So I also need to exercise. What is your favorite workout? In my opinion, my favorite workout is the fat burning workout that I made, because for the leg workout, I feel like it hurts my leg the most, and same with the chest. So it's either the cardio or the fat burning workout, because I feel like it's very beneficial for me. What is the most favorite part of producing the product for you? I think this question is similar to the before. What was the most enjoyable part? It was the exercise itself. Did you enjoy doing this project, and were you satisfied? Yeah, I kind of enjoyed doing this project, even though I had to manage my time well and there was a lot of assignments. I still enjoyed because I get to exercise myself. And were you satisfied? Yeah, I was satisfied because based on my product evaluation, I asked some viewers about my video, and they said that I had a clear explanation, and they get to be encouraged to exercise, and they were also able to follow my workout videos. If you have another choice to do PP, what would you do? For now, I'm not sure yet, because sports is my main interest right now. But if I would do something else, I'll probably do something with football. What do you think is the most interesting part? Yeah, this is similar to the previous question. In my opinion, the most interesting part is doing the exercises, because I get to keep myself healthy at home. What is the hardest workout? In my opinion, the hardest workout is the chest workout, since I play football, and I find that the most strong body part is my leg. So my chest wasn't that strong, and it was really hard, especially when recording, because I felt a lot of pain, but I have to hold the pain and go through it. What IB learner profile? I actually use a lot, such as Communicator. I use Communicator since I communicated with people like the coordinator, Ms. Putri, and when I had asked some questions about the project, and I also communicated with Paherman asking about the exercises. Paherman is my PE teacher at school. What is your YouTube channel? My YouTube channel is Aurelis Handy Salim, which is my full name. Will you still continue this workout in the future? Yeah, I will still continue, because since for now, I think we're still staying at home and like we don't really go out, so I still need to keep myself healthy, which is why I will still keep working out. How long does it take for you from planning to complete your project? This personal project started back in August. So August is the time when I decided my topic. And then at the end of August, I made my success criteria and action plan, which is the planning. And I completed this project at the start of January. But then after I finish my product, I need to do the report. And yeah, this is the final part of the PP. What ATL skills do you use? It was from my video. I use thinking skills to solve problems, such as some editing process where I couldn't download the video, and I use my ATL skills such as thinking skills to solve it. And other than that, I also use communication skills, since my main message of the product is I want to tell people to exercise and encourage them to. What motivated you to do the workouts? Honestly, I didn't really get like much motivation, but I knew that like if we don't work out, we're gonna like our physical health is gonna start to go down, and we're gonna be more lazy, and we might even build up fat in our body. So because I knew of those effects, I wanted to start exercising, which is why I did the workouts. How does this workout help you in the past years? In the past years, I didn't really like do these type of workouts since usually I play football, and how I exercise is by playing football. But now since from 2020, since we don't get to do any exercises, I need to keep myself healthy. Before deciding on doing this PP, is there any other plans as an alternative? Before choosing this project, I actually wanted to try to do something on gaming, which is my hobby as well. But I feel like if it's gaming, like it wouldn't really impact a lot of people, and I want to make my project like a good impact to other people as well. So I want to make workout so that people could also stay healthy at quarantine. Is there any more questions? Okay, I think there's no more questions. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Barbie Tan from Class 10W. In this video, I'm going to explain my personal project with the title Afterlife, a project centered to upcycle plastic waste. I've always been conscious of the natural environment, and thus when given the chance to start this project, I didn't hesitate to do something related to protecting the environment. One day while scrolling on the internet, I came across thousands of videos upcycling different kinds of waste to create fashion pieces. Fashion has always been part of my life, as I was heavily influenced by my mom. After watching the video, immediately, I decided on a learning goal for this project, which was to learn how to repurpose and upcycle used plastic waste to create usable fashion pieces. Through this learning goal, I hope to create 7 different clothing and or accessory items made of used plastic waste. One of the first things I did during the planning and the process of making my product was to do a considerable amount of research. The research that I did helped me came up with a product success criteria that will help me determine how successful my product is. Some of the criteria that I assess my product against includes its function and its aesthetic. Moreover, I also created a plan for achieving my goal by creating a timeline. This timeline will highlight and identify all of my due dates as well as the tasks I should be doing every month. This timeline gave me a basic idea of what I should be working on and guide me up until the due date for my final product. The purpose of this timeline is to ensure that I will be able to complete everything on time while also considering the specific requirements I had set. Additionally, this timeline also shows the steps of my creative process in achieving my final goal. The 2 ideal skills that I've applied to achieve the learning and product goals are research skills and thinking skills. Like mentioned previously, I had to prepare and do a considerable amount of research in order to achieve my learning goal of upcycling plastic waste to different fashion pieces. The first type of research that I did was to list down some main research questions and sub-questions related. I also tested and analyzed all of my sources against OPVL to ensure the credibility of the secondary sources that I use. Proper research is always essential before planning and executing, thus the importance of this second step of research analysis. Finally, after gathering all of the sources and information needed, I summarized them to create a summary of everything I've learned that would be useful during the project. For example, this is a paragraph that I made about plastic pollution in Indonesia, which reminded me of the purpose of my project. In addition, I've also applied my thinking skills to achieve my product goal. As soon as I completed my research and collected all of the materials needed, I started to create sketches for my final product. Using inspirations and my own creative thinking, I started compiling ideas and design sketches. This is critical as it will determine whether the products that I will create are realistic for me to make considering my level. Although I have previous experience with crocheting, which is the technique that I use to create my products, I never tried crocheting using plastic material. Thus, coming up with the designs for the final product takes a considerable amount of time, as I needed to be detailed with the measurements, patterns, and designs to help make sure that my product creation process follows the plan. In those sketches, I came up with a sketch of what the product could look like, as well as the different parts that were needed to be made and the techniques that would be used. Additionally, I created a detailed step-by-step tutorial that I could follow on how to create each part based on my previous crocheting knowledge and research. This is where both my creative thinking and critical thinking comes to play. Finally, after all designs were made, I was able to use my creative thinking skills to transform my designs into a physical product. Completing this project has allowed me to develop various new and existing skills that could be essential for me in the future. I was able to go a step-by-step process on how to make an idea come to life, starting with brainstorming, research, planning, and execution. One of the biggest takeaways that I was able to take from this project was that not everything can go exactly as planned. I was able to experience various obstacles that hindered me. However, from there I was able to learn various ways and develop skills that challenges me. Overall, as the result of this project, I was able to feel more comfortable with the idea of facing obstacles, as well as how to face them in a great manner without feeling discouraged. Here's the video of my product.
Cupid, Cupid, send his kisses to me. Cupid, Cupid, tell him he belongs to me. Tell him that I'm still deeply in love.
Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Um, okay, I'll be answering some questions. Where did I get the idea to use bags for the product? I think I just scrolled through the internet a lot and I found some people that did it. So I think it was a really great idea for me to do it for my personal project. Which was the hardest to make. I think the hardest to make for me was the last one, the red one, if you notice, because it has a lot of parts. My favorite, I think my favorite was the black and white flower bag. I don't know if you noticed, but there was a bag with a flower pattern in it. How long did it take to make each piece? I think it depends. Some of them I did it in like 2 hours, and some of them I made it for like 16 hours. My favorite design, like I mentioned, it was the one with the flower pattern. The materials that I use are plastic bags, like plastic bags that have been used. I collected it from my home and also my friends and families. Was it difficult learning how to make it? The method that I use to make it is actually crochet. I started crochet like a month before the project. So although it is hard since it's using plastic, but I think it is still doable if any one of you guys would want to try making it. How much plastic did I use? I actually use about 150 plastic bags to make them. Yeah, I actually want to try making other fashion pieces other than bags in the future. Will I open a business by selling this product? I think it might be a business opportunity, but of course, making each one of them takes a lot of time. So I think it'll be hard if it wants to go into a big business. I think that's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Nathaniel Luis Halimin from class 10W. In this video, I am going to explain about my personal project with the title Book on Business Survival in a Pandemic Situation. You may be wondering why I made this product in the first place. Well, it all started from a few of my personal interests. The first one being, I like to strategize. I had a liking to plan and strategize certain things to make it play out much better. I like this because I think it's very important to do so in solving problems in our day-to-day lives. Another personal interest that I like is business managing. Well, I never had much or any experience at all of business managing myself. I had watched and took note of how other people do it and thought, well, how useful it is to learn how to manage a business. The last reason why I wanted to make this personal project is my own want to help people. I like to help people. To me, it doesn't only benefit other people, but also myself. From these interests of mine, I had a learning goal in mind that I want to achieve. This learning goal is learning to make a business survive during lockdown situation so I can be better at management, learning, and much more. This relates to my first two personal interests, strategizing and business managing. My product goal, on the other hand, relates more to my personal interest of helping people. The product goal I had chosen is to make a guidance book on making business survive in lockdown. Well, yes, this does relate back to the two other personal interests. The product itself is a guidance book on helping people. I thought it's a good idea to incorporate the current state of the world so it could be more relatable and easier to find information of. Funny enough, my original learning and product goal wasn't what it is now. But due to complications, more specifically the criteria of target audiences, I decided to switch up my goals into ones I can better manage. To plan my personal project, I decided to make a Gantt chart and success criteria. Both of these contributed on making the product. In the process of making the product, I had to do extensive research on the business survival in the pandemic. So, I decided to interview a business owner who was able to conquer the myths of the pandemic situation. The process of making the book itself was the hardest part of the project. It requires a lot of double checking and explaining, and had it wasn't been because of my success criteria's expectation being not very high, I may have not been able to complete the project. Lastly, I made a survey to judge my success of the product and the project overall. During the making of my personal project, the two ATL skills I use most often are communication and thinking. Communication is likely the most used due to the number of times I had to communicate with other people. This includes my supervisor, the interview I conducted, and writing my book to fit the audience. Thinking is also as much of an importance as an ATL skill that I use. Most apparent are creative thinking and critical thinking. I had to think creatively and critically on many aspects of completing my project, including planning, writing, and interviewing. While in my opinion, the personal project itself has some downsides, it's mostly very minor and obstructed by the major upsides it has. The best upside in particular is the lessons it gave. It taught me to organize and plan my project. It teaches about how to organize a big long-term project as such. Without further ado, here are pictures of my final product. If you would like to see more of my product, you can contact me at nathaniel.halimin@tunasmuda.sch.id for access to the book. Since it's an ebook, anyone should be able to access it easily. Anyways, thank you for listening and have a nice day.
All right, I'll be answering some questions now. The target audience of the product. The target audience of the product is, towards like young adults to and higher. It is target mostly to businesses that have to do with like shops, but in a way it's also like can be for all ages, such as teenagers and lower for educational purposes. What else? Oh yeah. What was the hardest part of the process? Like in the video itself, it's already been told that the hardest part is like making the book. Like I had to write a lot and like how to word the words to write the book. I guess what motivates me to make this product. It's from my personal interests of like business managing and strategizing and helping people. There is probably one more that I didn't mention because I don't know if it's technically one of a personal interest, but I also in some ways like writing. So because of that, I'm also very interested and motivated me on making this project. Why did I choose my product to be an ebook? The product is an ebook for a few reasons. The product is an ebook because it would make it easier for people to access it and use it. It's also an ebook because, well, it makes it so it's not very costly to create a book. Another small reason is to make it safe to prevent any accidents, though it's very unlikely for those to happen anyways. Yeah, is that all? Okay, I guess that's all.
Everyone, my name is Valerie from Class 10J, and today I will be explaining about my personal project titled Reincarnation. If you haven't already noticed, I'm a huge huge fan of fashion. But how that came about and why I ended up making it as my personal project theme is a whole different story. And it all starts with my personal interests. So let's talk about that. So, to put it in summary, the first time I got interested in fashion was when I was a young girl. My mother owned a boutique shop, and that got me into a lot of the fashion trends. And from then on, I started to follow different styles of clothes. I developed an interest in different styles of clothing, and even got the opportunity to join a fashion shoot to broaden my understanding of the fashion industry. Learning about the fashion industry has definitely helped me realize how much waste the fashion industry creates. Don't forget the 4% of the world's carbon emissions contributing to environmental issues. With that in mind, I made my personal project theme to learn and challenge myself on how to create stitch clothes using recycled materials, promoting sustainable fashion. Did you can I ask you a few questions? We're gonna do like a little survey.
Sure, of course, of course.
Hi, Aris. I was wondering if you knew any local Indonesian fashion designers that I could possibly get into contact with. It's for my personal project.
Have you heard of Elasi Wastra?
Hello. My name is Valerie, and today I'm going to be asking you a few questions about the fashion industry, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
So, what was your idea behind your branding, Narasi Wasta? that concludes my video. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and listening to my personal project. It's been definitely a fun, emotional roller coaster for me. It has been such a really good learning experience and has opened me up to many new opportunities and new learning experiences. So yeah, it's been great. I definitely know the do's and don'ts of doing a major project like this one. My advice definitely would be don't burn yourself out. Don't stress yourself out too much. But definitely be consistent. Don't procrastinate. Just be consistent with your work. Make sure you're keeping up with schedules, timetables, and what you're supposed to be doing right then and there. And yeah, that's all from me. Thank you again for watching my video, and I hope you guys have an amazing rest of the day. Bye!
Alright, I'll be answering questions now, so feel free to ask. My favorite one has to be the dress. It's actually inspired by my favorite aesthetic, which is cottagecore. And I decided to use like scrapped fabrics, and the dress itself is actually thank you, Aris. And the dress itself is actually donated from like around my grandma's here. So it was like a long time ago, and I recycled it. Sorry. The target audience for these outfits are definitely for much younger girls, maybe I'd say like 12 to 18 probably. Oh, how did you get such brilliant inspiration for this product? So my first inspiration I got from researching about like different types of aesthetics, and my personal favorite happened to be cottagecore, and I really was interested in making like pretty dresses, and so I took that aesthetic and I wanted to put like my own, let's say, inspiration into it. So I asked a Indonesian designer on her input if I could put any sort of Indonesian sort of aesthetic onto the dress. What skills did you learn in this project and that you'll think and use in future? Definitely communication skills. I was definitely unprepared for like talking with an actual fashion designer and getting to do like work with her and talking to different tailors and surveying people for their opinions on the current fashion industry. So I definitely need to work on my communication skills, and I'll be using that more in the future. Oh, thank you, Kayla. If that's all, I think. All right, that's all for me. Thank you.
Hello everyone! My name is Maria Jocelyn Indrajaya and I am from the class 10J. During the duration of this video, I will be presenting and explaining about my personal project, which I have chosen to title Noir et Blanc. So let's start. Noir et Blanc means black and white in French. For those of you, when I say France, most of you would probably think of romantic dates or candlelight dinners or couples or anything anything that you can imagine that possibly relates to love. However, did you know that as of August 2011, behind all of the romance in the air, France was recorded to have the highest rate of depression? The goal of my project was to be able to freely express my opinions and thoughts on teenage hardships and what they go through, because I myself am a teenager, still is a teenager, in order to help people understand that teenagers are just like other people. We have weaknesses. We fail. Sometimes we fall. But just because we have weaknesses does not mean that other people should judge us for the struggles that we face. So how I developed an idea for my personal project was through my personal interests. My personal interests have always lied in arts and language, whether it be in drawing, writing, singing, dancing, doing calligraphy, listening to music, or many others. I have had some experience utilizing calligraphy in school tasks and decorating classes with calligraphy when deemed necessary. In my spare time, I would also draw and include calligraphy in my artworks because I have always thought that adding calligraphy would make the artwork less empty. As for my personal project, I want that my calligraphy would make some sort of impact to the people seeing it, and that was how I ended up with the idea about spreading awareness about hardships as a teenager. For my learning goal, I plan to make 10 calligraphy artworks that are based off teenage struggles. I did not only base it off the struggles from my experience, but I also sent out a questionnaire to other people in order to get a wider perspective. I specifically chose this topic not only because I struggle from a day-to-day basis, but also because mental health on teenagers has become a widely discussed topic on social media. There wouldn't be a day or a month where I wouldn't go through posts about depression on teenagers or mental health and how we can actually improve such situations. It took me 6 days, which is roughly almost a week, to finish this success criteria because I had to make sure the success criteria was achievable enough for me. The 3 elements that I choose to include in my success criteria were function, aesthetic, and calligraphy. I chose those 3 because they all summarize my product goal. These 3 elements are important because they all contribute to one thing, the purpose of my personal project. I want that my artworks will be able to send the message I'm trying to convey to people while also portray calligraphy in an aesthetically pleasing style. Undergoing IB's personal project requires the use of various ATL skills that one must be able to utilize in the process of achieving both their learning goal and their product goal. Some of the most frequent ATL skills I have used in my journey is thinking skills, specifically creative thinking skills, as I want to further develop my ability and my skill in arts and language. Not only did I apply creative thinking skills, I also applied critical thinking skills because I had to think before putting something into my artwork. Throughout this personal project, I was able to make decisions for myself. I was able to overcome the challenges, the obstacles that I face in the process, and with that being said, I do feel that I have become quite more mature and that I can become more independent. I also managed my time properly and wisely, or at least as wise as I could. And with that being said, I am very grateful that I was able to experience the personal project because not only did I develop myself, I was also able to develop my thinking, my opinions, my thoughts. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any more questions or you would like to see my artworks, you can go to Instagram and search Noah at blank.pp. If you have any questions that you would like to ask me, do not hesitate to DM me on my personal project account. Please leave a like or comment or anything. And thank you so much for listening. Have a pleasant day ahead.
Okay, yes, so I will start with the questions. Why did you choose Noah at Blanc as the title of your project? Well, during the beginning of this project, I had set my priorities that I wanted my project title to be in a foreign language. So then I had thought of naming the project as La Vie en Noir, which means life in black when translated from French. I took inspiration from a K-pop song called La Vie en Rose. Some of you might know if you listen to it. Translated it and changed rose to the color that would represent my project better. After further thinking, I decided to title my project Noir et Blanc, which means black and white, as you have seen in the video. I had searched what both black and white meant and thought it fits with what my project wants to portray. Moreover, it somehow relates to my project since colors connect to art. You can try searching on Google what both black and white mean in terms of color, and from that I wanted to show that people should not be fooled. Teenagers may look like they're fine, but when inside they feel horrible. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes some teenagers say they're okay if they're not. It's just the life they choose to tell, so that you shouldn't really judge others by what they see as textbook as it sounds. For the next one, what positive outcome did you get for your learning from doing your selected project? After completing my project, I was able to improve my ATL skills. I was also able to improve my confidence when it comes to digital art, as working with a lot of digital art applications helped me practice my hand movements when I write calligraphy or when I try illustrations. Like when I draw curves, I could do it better because a long time ago it used to be really wonky. Through making these artworks, I was able to learn a bit more about color psychology, although not all the colors were search because I had a limited palette. Looking back to my previous artworks that I have done on this application called Procreate, it is safe to say that I have improved, even if it is only by for the next one, other than thinking skills, what other ATL skills did you apply? I also applied research and time management skills or self-management skills. I do have to say that I would prefer to say time management skills. I do have to say though, unlike other projects in my batch, I do not think that I prepared a considerable amount of research, which might explain why my project is slightly less appealing than others, because let's be honest, my project isn't as impressive or anything. I'm pretty sure all of you have seen quite an amount of artists in this batch, and I honestly think that my skills are incomparable because clearly they are a lot more talented. I did, however, for my research skills, send out a survey to my friends to find out what other problems were faced by children in different families. Of course, the ages and nationalities might differ, but that's the process of getting different perspectives. I also searched for colors because when I was lost on what to use, I can search for what this color means, and I would pick a color that suits based on appearance and meaning. Staying on the topic of mental health, did you find this project more mentally draining, challenging, or relaxing? For this project, I do feel sometimes I have this constant pressure because I do want to represent general teenagers well, because like there are people out there that use an excuse of our weaknesses to judge us, and that I'm saying that is not okay because everyone is human, they're imperfect, we have imperfections. And so while making the artwork, sometimes I feel like, oh, this artwork is not good enough. Sometimes I would feel like I should restart everything. Sometimes I have art blocks, and that gives me anxiety because I'm scared that I will disappoint other people through my artworks. And can you explain how each of the elements in your personal project contribute to your personal? Okay, so function in the success criteria, it is relevant that the topic I'm trying to explain to the audience is easy to decipher or quick to understand. Making my artworks complex might cause the audience confusion. For aesthetic, I want to make sure that even though my artworks are easy to understand, I can give, it does not mean that I will do it half-heartedly. I want to be able to include the best quality I can give to the audience. Colors are able to represent different emotions, both negative feelings and positive feelings. As an example, yellow, it can mean sunshine and happiness, but then it can also mean danger and caution. For calligraphy, it is important that I include it in my success criteria because it is the main focus of my entire personal project, which is to be able to express my thoughts about teenage struggles using the one form of art of my choice and one that I am actually quite familiar with. Can you relate to any of the designs, or which of the designs are inspired from your own experience? My experience, I think most of them are based on the questionnaire that I sent out to my friends. But as for my experiences, I would say that the one I relate to the most is I hate to see because I don't remember much. I would say the 10th because I am always constantly compared based on grades. And maybe the 6th because sometimes I do feel insecure about most things, like my looks or like basically, yeah, the 6 and the 10 because I did put a lot of effort into that as well. I got neck pains from doing the 9th one. I also related to that a little bit because I sometimes had these negative thoughts that would go through the back of my head, and I do actually consider doing some of them, but then I was relieved that I did. Are there any more questions? If not, we can move on to the next question. Okay, thank you so much for the questions, and that's all. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Letitia from class 10P. In this video, I am going to be explaining about my personal project with the title The Mindful Mind. To begin my personal project, I started by finding a topic. This topic will be based on my personal interest. To see my options, I listed them all down and came up with possible project ideas with them. Then I chose the most possible and reasonable project idea. Because of that, for this project, my personal interest is in psychology. More specifically, the various mental health issues and problems. Starting from the very first time I watched a TV show called Brain Games, when I was younger, I became interested in this topic. I became even more interested when I started watching YouTube videos on this topic, specifically watching videos about the mental health problem people experience. My personal interests, I came up with my learning and product goal. Because of that, my learning goal is to learn about the various mental health issues and present ways to help people cope and overcome them. The product goal is creating an informational and interactive book about a mental health problem and ways to cope and overcome it. Interactive books are books that require participation and interaction by the reader. These types of books are better as the reader gets to be more active, focused, and interested in the books.
After deciding the learning goal and product goal, I made a success criteria and an action plan. I researched the aesthetic and the size of a product. I also created a function for my product. I summarized it and put it all into one table. This will be the deciding factor to see if the product is a success or fail. Next, I made an action plan. I created a timeline to see and have a general idea on what I should be working on and when. After finishing both, I started to make my product. To create my book, I needed to do some research. As I did not know what I wanted to have in my book, I did not know what I have to research. Because of that, my first step is to create an outline of the book. From the outline, I now know what I should be researching. Therefore, I started my research. I compile all the information into one document. As the information is still messed up and unorganized, the next step is to organize this information. I turn my research into lines that I'll be using in my book. After I'm done with that, I started to design my book. As this is an interactive book, it included a variety of different activities, all of which I needed to design. I spent the next month or so designing and finishing my book. Last step is to sell my book. I ended up selling my book to 4 different teams of different ages. There are a few of these skills that I use. However, for my learning goal, I use my research skills the most. I used the skill when I made a research plan on the things that I needed to research on. I needed to use my research skills to see the different resources that I needed to use. This also helped me in my OPVL too, where I checked if this information was reliable or not. For my product goal, I use thinking skill most, specifically my creative thinking skills and critical thinking skills. I use my creative thinking skills throughout the process of making the book. I came up with ideas to make the book better in its function and look. I used my critical thinking skills when I needed to brainstorm ideas and solutions so that I could finish the product on time. Personal project allowed me to further my knowledge on a topic that I am interested in. This really helped me as I got to learn new things while enjoying doing it. Not only that, I also learned the value and importance of planning my project. As this project is a long-term project, I needed to plan it well. And this product helped me learn the importance of planning. PP taught me how to manage my time and how to deal with the problems I face along the way. Thank you for listening and have a great day. So I'm gonna be answering some of the questions in the chat box. So the first one would be, if I were given an opportunity to read a project, what would I do differently? For me, I would definitely manage my time better. As I only sold it to little people, I think I could have done it better with more time if I managed my time better. And then the second question would be, what is the hardest part in making the book? For me, I think the book is different as it is an interactive book. I had to make like the activities. So to make the book interactive, I think that was the hardest part, coming up with these different activities for the book. And next it would be, what do I find most enjoyable about the project? For me, it was enjoyable that I get to learn the new things about my topic. I get to learn more about stress and is how I can stress relieve and things like that. I think that's it for the questions. Thank you.
So there's one more question. What part am I most proud of? I think it's the designing part of the book. I am not really a good designer, and I really don't enjoy doing art and things like that. But I think I did a pretty good job in the designing part of the book.
Wowza, those were some great presentations.
I have to agree there. Although we do have to go to our super secret Serafina lunch.
So true. Now, everyone, I'd say we take a good 1 hour long break to our perfectly normal lunches. Bye.
Everyone, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, let's move on to the next student.
Hello, everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Jason from the class 10J, and in this video, I'm going to tell you guys about my personal project experience where I made my own diet program. Since the pandemic started, I've been interested in exercising. I just feel like exercising is a fun activity to do when you have nothing to do. Exercising really pushes your mentality to do best in your exercises. By exercising, we'll have a stronger mentality in real life and we're able to face our problems easily. For my learning goal, I want to motivate people to exercise and live a healthy lifestyle. There's a lot of positive impacts in living a healthy lifestyle, including good health, everything feels more fresh, and much more. The product that I made shows my learning goal really well. I made a diet program in a booklet form that explains about living a healthy lifestyle, how I lost weight, and all about exercising. I'm sure that my diet program is able to motivate a lot of people since all this information worked well for me myself. These are the planning and process of my product. At the process of making my product, I started on doing research on other people's diet program. The reason to that is that I want to make sure that my diet program is safe for everyone. By knowing more about other people's diet program, I am able to have more confidence on my own diet program and knowing that it will be a success at the end. After I'm sure with my product, I started to have meetings with my supervisor about my product. I asked for my supervisor's opinion towards my product. He told me to do some changes and I did the changes that he asked me to do. Because of the meetings with my supervisor, I am more sure that my product will be a success since he showed his confidence towards me and my product. After I know the topics that will be put on my product, I started filling in my booklet. I started to fill each of the topics that will be explained in the booklet. The information that is explained in the booklet is all based on my personal experience and the research I did on other people's diet program. While working on my booklet, I also started on doing my report and my journal. I did all these three things so that I am able to keep up with the submissions that Personal Project provides. By this, I am able to submit all the submissions on time and manage my time wisely. The ATL skills that I use in my personal project are research and communication skills. I use research skills on my personal project when I research on other people's diet program. The reason to that is that I want to make sure that my diet program is safe for everyone since my diet program is pretty extreme. I don't want to cause any trouble and I just want to give a positive impact through my product and to everyone that reads my product. I use communication skills when I did my product. I have to find a way to make people interested to my diet program. I have to make the words on my booklet lively and make it as if I'm talking straight to them. That is to gain comfort for the readers. For my personal experience, I think that Personal Project is where we students are given a chance to express our feelings and desires through our product. We are also taught to be responsible in the process of our personal project. We are given time to accomplish our desires through our product and make the teachers impressed by our creativity. Personal project gives us as students a chance to think outside the box. We have to be creative on what we want to make, and that helps us to be creative in the future. Here are the clips of my product. Thank you for listening and have a nice day. I'm going to be answering some questions now. You guys may ask freely. The hardest thing to do in my project is making the booklet since it's new and I never done it before. The best dish is probably food that has high protein such as tofu, tempeh, and chicken breast. Was it difficult to keep motivation up? Not really, since I'm really motivated to lose weight, and I believe that there's a lot of good impacts from it. I did deficit calories, so I put my calorie each day from 1,500 to 2,000 calories. I did this since I feel like it's my personal interest and it's a success for me myself. Thanks, man. Yeah, I did do some calorie deficit in my process.
My name is Ashton from class 10W, and in this video, I am going to explain about my personal project with the title of Operation Drone. As you may know that my project title is called Operation Drone, and have you ever wondered why and how I chose this topic? Well, starting from the beginning of my project, when going through my memories, I found that I was interested in robotics as a primary student, but never did get to try because at the time, I wanted to join the soccer club, which is only allowed for third graders at minimum. Now, I have the opportunity to create robotics, and what I've chosen is to create a drone. I was interested in drones around junior high because I always saw them being utilized in filmmaking and capturing landscapes. Video editing was also an interest of mine because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos and movies having great VFX and editing. For my learning goal, I would like to learn how to build a drone from scratch using parts that I bought separately from online stores like Tokopedia, Shopee, and etc. So I asked myself, why not I match both of my interests and make them as my product goal? A product goal can only have one. So I decided my product goal to be creating a drone. But my final product would be actually some sort of a montage displaying the views around my complex. So next we move on to the planning. I created an extra plan and a table plan before I started making the drone, obviously. So the difference is that the action plan is more broader compared to the table plan, and the table plan doesn't specify the given dates, while the action does specify the time in terms of months, like September, October, December, something like that. So going into the process of making the product, in short, I ran into a major problem, which is soldering. Soldering is a major component when it comes to building a drone, and turns out the solder wasn't hot enough for it to stick despite many attempts. This was pointed out by my friend who was experienced in the technology field. So to combat this problem, my friend suggested me to hot glue, which could work but mostly is inefficient. After a few days, I started working on the drone and I was able to finish it in 3 days. For day 1, I was able to finish hot gluing the ESC, which includes like DC motors and the XT60 cable, as well as started to connect the camera, which I stopped for that day. And for the second day, I finished hot gluing the transmitter or slash VTX, connected each motor to each wing and connected the propellers to each of the motors. Lastly, for day 3, finished creating the drone, or I'm done making the drone. After finishing creating the drone that I created doesn't work despite connecting the battery to the XT60 cable, and so I bought a drone in Tokopedia. But as soon as I got it and tried flying it, I hit the drone to like walls and bushes, in which kind of broke the drone, which results in the drone not flying, and thus I can't create my final product. The ATL skills that I've used throughout this project is creative thinking and media literacy. On how I showed this during the project, I was able to solve the red cylinder problem. Okay, to elaborate, the bolts that I have wasn't the right size to connect the cylinders to the holes from the bottom, because one was too long and one was too small or too short. So in order to counteract this problem, I just hot glued around the holes in order to stick the red cylinders as an alternative. And for media literacy, I searched a lot of videos on YouTube discussing how to build a drone, how to solder an ESC, how to solder and connect all the parts to the flight controller, and etc. I've watched quite a lot of reviewers reviewing the parts that I've bought in order to get a clear idea on how it works and how should I connect it the flight controller or the ESC and stuff. I think that PP could show your own weaknesses and what you needed to improve, which could impact you later in life. I believe that PP is more of a learning experience than a project itself, because along the way, what I've really learned was my imperfections as a student. I learned that I was quite lazy and unprepared when it came to new undiscovered topics like soldering an ESC, DC motors, how these motors or how these wires work, or how it will function later on if the drone would work and stuff like that. But hey, it's just my perspective and people could have different views about PP. So these pictures are my product, and if you want to see the process video, you can click the link at the end of the video. Thank you for watching, and I sincerely hope that I don't fail this project, and have a good day. Okay, so a question from Hadi. Okay, so a question from Hadi. How did you come up with the idea of building a drone? Like I said, back then I was like interested in like robotics, so that's why like, and also I also saw like a lot of like YouTube videos, like they use like drones and stuff to capture landscapes. Like, yeah, that's the type of stuff that I'm interested in. That's why. Okay, so the next question, from Serfina. So why did you buy the drone from Tokopedia? Well, I have no other way, so I just buy from online, obviously. Well, okay, a question from Leah. What was the hardest thing about making a drone? Well, definitely sticking the wires together to the pads. Like it's really difficult. Like you need to be really precise and it's like really small. Next question is from Yui. If you got the chance to do this project again, what improvements will you make? I'll probably get a more expensive solder. I think my solder kind of sucks. And then next question or the last questions from Serfina. Have you ever tried coding or building something prior to this project? No, 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 no.
Hello everybody, my name is Jaden and I'm from the class of 10P. In this video, I'm going to be explaining about my personal project, which is titled Understanding Hatred. And it's a non-fiction book about the psychology of hatred. So let's get right into it. My attachment to this project stems from my personal interests, as I've always found psychology to be a very intriguing subject ever since year 7. But I'm mostly interested in the realm of social psychology. I think it's very fascinating to understand how and why people behave in the ways that they do in social environments. It just so happened to be that this interest coincided with another interest I have, which is writing. As such, I decided to base my project upon these interests, and created my product to be a book on the psychology of hatred. This directly correlates with my learning goal, which is to learn about the psychology behind hatred and understand how it can influence discriminatory practices in society, as well as my product goal, which is to write a full-length non-fiction book about the psychology of hatred and its links to discrimination in society, with a word count of around 60,000 words. The process of writing my product was a long and arduous one. It started with me conducting research into the topic of hatred, as I needed to obtain a deep understanding of its psychological intricacies. After lots of research, I was finally able to understand the psychology behind hatred on an intimate level, and as such, I started writing the book. Now, the research that I conducted was largely centered around the different psychological approaches and perspectives that people have used to try and understand how hatred forms in the brain. And these approaches include things such as psychoanalysis, behaviorism, cognitive psychology, humanistic psychology, and developmental psychology. After researching all of these different perspectives, I then wrote each of them into the different chapters in the book and applied them in order to understand instances of societal discrimination, such as racism, and how the psychology of hatred could factor into that. The writing process, however, was entirely separate from this. Writing the book proved to be a very hard task, as I had never written something as big as this before. At first, I struggled to maintain a consistent tone, as I didn't know how to structure a non-fiction book. And my pacing suffered as a result of this as well. Sometimes my phrasing could also come across a little weird, and I would often run into bouts of writer's block and get stuck whenever I was writing one of my paragraphs. After a while, however, I was able to overcome all of these issues through practice, and I managed to adopt strategies to beat these consistently. Other than the occasional grammatical mistake here and there, I managed to have a relatively smooth writing experience, and finished my book after roughly 3 months and a half of writing. say that the personal project has allowed me to take bolder risks, manage my time better, and push out my strengths to the limits in order to create a product which I deeply care about. The book may not be perfect, far from it in fact, as there are things I would like to change if I was given the opportunity to redo it. But I'm nonetheless proud of having written it, as I now know that my skills as a writer have greatly improved and that my understanding of psychology has also largely expanded. As you can see here, this is a short video of my product, scrolling through all the pages of the book. And as you can see from this short video, I split the chapters in accordance to the research that I had previously, with the first few chapters being mainly focused on explaining hatred through different psychological approaches, and the other later on chapters in the second half of the book being focused on examining societal phenomena such as racism or sexism, and how this can be viewed through a lens of psychological hatred. And that's about it. I hope you all found what I had to say interesting, and that you managed to get something out of it. With that being said, thank you for watching the video, and have a nice day. Now for the Q&A session. From Kenzo, he asks, what sources did you use for obtaining the information found in the book? Well, I tried to stick to the most reputable and credible sources that I could, so I mostly gathered it from academic sources, such as studies from universities or papers and journals. But occasionally, I would also search for information from some books that are written by psychologists or podcasts from sources that I knew I could trust on. And Brandon asks, why did you settle on making a nonfiction book instead of a fictional one? Well, as I said in a video previously, I wanted to push my boundaries because writing fictional pieces is already something that I'm mildly familiar with, and I more or less already know how I want that to go, but I've never had the experience of writing a full-length nonfiction novel, so I wanted to challenge myself in that department. How did you overcome writer's block? This is a bit of a tricky one, but I mostly just kept at it. With a lot of practice, the ideas that came into my mind more or less formed on their own. It was definitely harder at the start of the writing process, but after time went on, I was able to be more cohesive in what I wanted to do. But occasionally, whenever I encountered a bout of writer's block, I would just take a quick break and then I would continue writing once I have a clearer mind. Is the book on sale? Unfortunately, no. And I don't think it will ever go on sale because I don't plan on it being published. Yui asking, how did you feel about the final result? I feel generally complete with it. I think that the final product is something that I'm already proud of as I put a lot of effort into it. But if I had the chance to do it again, I would definitely fix some things. Like in the video, I mentioned that the pacing could have used some work. So I would definitely improve in that department to maybe include some more of the social discrimination that I might have left out before. And finally, Lauren asks, how did you have any authors to inspire you? Not necessarily authors in this case, but I did have several people who inspired me, such as Daryl Davis. If you might know him, he's a Black person who joined the KKK, and he spoke about the psychology of hatred and how it could relate to his experiences with racism. And Henry asks, how many hours did it take you to write the book? I wrote the book over a period of 3 months. I don't know how many hours that is, but I didn't do it every day. So I would maybe clock around 100, give or take. And I think that's it. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Hadi from Class 10W. In this video, I'm going to explain about my personal project, Project Vision X. I've always taken an interest in the world of science and technology, particularly in the world of automobiles, where electric vehicles are set in. Therefore, I have a strong interest in engineering in the field of automotive, mechanical, and electrical engineering. For my learning goal, the world of science and technology allows me to develop a natural curiosity in electric vehicles. Therefore, I decided to pursue my natural curiosity learning about the structure, building processes, and the design of an electric vehicle by learning how to construct an electric vehicle from scratch. As my learning goal ultimately leads me to have the ability to construct an electric vehicle, my product or the product goal itself will be an affordable, innovative, and futuristic technological electric vehicle that can help us in sustaining the vehicle itself in developing countries such as Indonesia. So I first started and planned this project back in April 2021, which is in year 9 term 4. Therefore, this project was way earlier than everyone else and I had an extra 3 months to accomplish this project. Back in year 9, I did not have a supervisor nor a person to talk to about my project. Therefore, after submitting my design assignments early, I had Mr. Reilly, my design teacher, to communicate and to talk to about my project. After a few discussions and confirmation that this project is realistic and will succeed, I then set a clear project goal and moved on to the next step, which is in planning out and figuring out on how to build an electric vehicle itself, which is done by research. Fast forward a few weeks, I then communicated with suppliers, experts, and components distributors that will supply the parts of my electric vehicle and would assist me in gathering resources. Fast forward a few months, I gathered all the components and parts where I fully established my design plan and the building process itself. Afterwards, I then started achieving the product itself. I started off with building the chassis of the vehicle, which incorporates a great amount of metal work such as welding and metal cutting. At the same time, I also implemented the drivetrain unit, including the battery pack which sits on the bottom of the vehicle, the electric motor, and other electrical components. After building the chassis and drivetrain, I then built the frame of the vehicle and implemented body panels using sheets of polycarbonate. Once the body is accomplished, I implemented lighting systems and other electrical systems on the outside of the vehicle, and as soon as I accomplished that, I built the interior of the vehicle where I implement the smart systems such as the back camera of the vehicle, and lastly, I finalized the vehicle by coating and adding small details to it. Achieving the learning goal of understanding the structure, manufacturing processes, along with the design of an electric vehicle including its structural integrity, requires a considerable amount of research from different credible and valid sources. Therefore, I applied my research skills as my ATL skill to achieve my learning goal where I created a research plan that covers all contents and information I needed. Achieving the product is extremely difficult for me as an immature. Therefore, as an individual immature, I decided to collaborate and work with experts and project assistants who possess experience in such building process fields. In order for me to accomplish such building processes and procedures, I had to directly communicate to my experts and assistants to assist and guide them according to my design plan. Therefore, I applied my communication skills as my ATL skill to achieve my product goal. With communicating with experts, managing my time, and organizing along with fluently allocating information throughout the project, both in the learning goal and product goal, personal projects have allowed me to thrive in time-based, realistic-based, and measurable-based projects and allowed me to be more prepared for such complex and ambitious projects in the future. And with that being said, here's the video of my product.
I've been trying to call, I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around, since city's cold and empty, no one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch.
If you would like to see more videos, especially posts of my project, please follow my IG account at ProjectXVisionX and leave a comment and drop a like. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
So I'll be answering the questions here. So for the first question from Rainer 10P, which part do you find most interesting during the building process? So the most interesting part during the building process is the building process of the battery pack. The battery pack requires electrical diagrams, which requires mathematical and physical calculations. And I actually did obtain some knowledge that I learned in physics class, which makes it very interesting. And for the second question, what's the estimated cost of your whole product? I did calculate the whole entire product cost, but this is without the tools. The vehicle itself is 27 million, which is okay. And for the third question, which part do you find most challenging throughout the building process or throughout the project, and how did you solve it? So one of the most challenging part during the building process is the building process of the chassis, which is the main basis of the vehicle. The chassis correlates to the drivetrain of the vehicle, such as the electric motor and the battery pack. Therefore, if I did fail in this building process, the vehicle itself wouldn't work and won't move. Therefore, this is the most challenging one. And how I solve it, I had assistants and experts beside me, and I had to fluently communicate with them to follow my design plans and to succeed in doing it. And for the third one, from Lauren, what are your thoughts on Elon Musk? Elon Musk is a brilliant man. He's actually the one who inspired me in building this project, and therefore he's someone that I look up to. And from Jaden at 10P, what material is the exterior of the car, and why did you choose gold as its paint? This is a very good question. So for the material of the exterior of the car, I use polycarbonate, so it's like a clear acrylic plastic sheets. It is bendable, but it's also very light, and it's also kind of cheap, so it's actually very efficient and cost efficient. And why did you choose gold as its paint? Now, this correlates to my success criteria, which I forgot to mention in the video. So gold is something that you don't see in today's car. My success criteria state that my design of the vehicle will be very distinctive. It possesses a distinctive design. And to me, a gold palette makes the vehicle itself very distinctive and can be easily recognizable from other cars. And for the next question from Leah Tenjay, how did you maintain the motivation for this project? I maintain my motivation for this project due to videos in YouTube. I actually watch a lot of YouTube videos that keeps me motivated and to push forward. And I also research that no one else is doing this project. Therefore, I want to be unique and very distinctive from others. And from Andrew Manuel, is the car for sale? Well, it's not for sale. It's more to it's just a project. What is the maximum speed? This is very good. The maximum speed, well, it's not fast. It's a prototype. I went, I think, 28 kilometers per hour, which is probably an average speed for a bicycle rider or for a motorcycle in a Jalan Raya. And this is due to just barriers. I can't go fast. It's not possible for me to build such vehicle that is fast and can achieve speeds like other vehicles due to limitation and barriers. And for the last question, how many experts and assistant do you employ? So I had a total of 6 experts beside me and 1 assistant that is beside me throughout the entire building process. And I think that's it. Thanks for listening.
My eyes and ears have been blessed today by these beautiful projects we watched.
Truer words have never been spoken. What a successful exhibition we had today. So let's close this parade up with a closing prayer led by Paleo.
Okay, let's pray. And I lead this closing prayer in Catholic way. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, once again, we want to thank you for being with us throughout this PP exhibition today. And we thank you especially for your guidance and for your Holy Spirit that always with us today. And God, now as we leave this place, this activity, so let's go out there and this bless us, bless everyone, bless all our family, so we can continue your glory and be gracious, and also throughout this PP exhibition, may we can success until the end, and we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Paleo, for the great word of gospel you just said.
We hope everyone else had a good time too. Thank you for joining us for the exhibition today. Again, great thanks to the Year 10 students for sharing their projects with us. This would not have been possible without all of you.
Representing all the Tunas Muda Serapinas, we bid you all farewell.